Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honour.
Yes, Ms Ward.
Your Honour, today is a resumption of the hearing, Stage 2 hearings in relation to backburning operations, planning and execution, and particularly today in relation to a strategic backburn in the Coronial fire. I appear with Mr Wilcox as counsel assisting, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Your Honour, and Newton and I appear with Ms Woodland on behalf of the Commissioner of the Rural Fire Service, Forestry Corporation of New South Wales, and also the National Parks and Wildlife Service.
Thank you, Mr Newton. Yes, Ms Ward.
Your Honour, I'll open with some brief opening remarks before we call the first witness for the day. As I've already submitted to Your Honour, this is the resumption of the court's hearing into the Coronial cluster of fires, and more particularly, the planning and execution of a strategic backburn in the Yatta sector. That's two words, Y-A-T-T-E, second word, Y-A-T-T-A-H. The Yatta sector in the lead up to 31 December 2019. Your Honour will recall that this fire also tragically led to the death of three men, Lawrence Andrew, John Butler and Michael Campbell. Yatta itself is a small community which sits with forested escarpment to its west and Lake Conjola to its east. It straddles the Princess Highway with Milton to the south, and an important road for the purpose of this inquiry being Porters Creek Road, which extends to the western end of Yatta, where the forested escarpment rises. As established during the cause and origin investigation into the Coronial fire, it is most likely that the fire commenced on 25 November 2019 as a result of lightning strike in a gully between Mines Road, compartment 487-1 road and compartment 487-2 road within the Coronial State Forest. The fire did not become visible until about 2 p.m. on 26 November 2019, when residents began to report seeing large plumes of smoke from the northern side of the Kings Highway. Initial attack on the fire was made difficult by a relatively remote location in which it commenced. Fire weather conditions and fire behaviour meant that direct attack would not be effective or safely possible in early stages. The use of close containment options, so using small breaks and the like, was considered unlikely to be successful due to severe fuel moisture deficits, associated fire activity and timing and resource limitations. Similarly, the use of wet gullies and rainforest areas was not considered viable due to those areas being too dry. Accordingly, the evidence suggests the focus of the incident controller for the Shoalhaven Section 44 declaration was on using more substantial and strategic breaks, including large road or trail systems, natural breaks such as waterways or the clear delineation between forest and improved lawns such as pasture or the urban sprawl. Backburns were used, and according to the RFS, many were successful in steering the fire around threatened assets. So I emphasise this in the opening, Your Honour, because this fire had been burning for over a month before the terrible events of 30 and 31 December, which are the focus of the evidence this week. Evidence within the Coronial brief shows an initial attempt to contain the Coronial fire to the south of a containment line, including Yadboro, Y-A-D-B-O-R-O, Yadboro Road and the Western Distributor Road, Yadboro. This plan was later frustrated by a suspicious ignition in the area which ultimately introduced fire to the Yadborough State Forest in circumstances where the incident management team had initially hoped to contain or slow the progression of the Currowan fire before it even reached this point. So a change in priorities was required, but the next option for northern containment was a significant distance to the north and opened up the Ulladulla Basin and the Moreton Wilderness area to fire impact. This change in strategy also apparently delayed the construction of what became known as an eastern containment line. The court is aware that over time the Currowan fire expanded, and as it crossed into different local government areas and rural fire service fire districts, different Section 44 declarations were made. The fire accordingly took on different names in different districts and was managed as, became to be managed as separate fires. Some communities were understandably relieved when the Currowan fire initially moved to the north, burning on the escarpment out to the west of Milton and Yata Yata prior to Christmas 2019. They initially thought the threat had passed, only to have it come roaring back to them at the close of the year. The Eastern Containment Strategy that I've already referred to aimed to establish a secure eastern containment line from Nowra Hill in the north to Milton in the south. The line, or perhaps more accurately, a series of lines, was intended to act as a barrier to prevent fire extension east of the Princess Highway, which would impact upon more populated coastal communities. This strategy was apparently activated following significant escalation on 21 December 2019, although witness accounts vary as to the precise date and the exact trigger. The chronology that follows is drawn from material in the brief, but not surprisingly, witness accounts and RFS documents don't always align. These matters will be explored during the hearing this week, but for present purposes, the evidence suggests on or around 24 December 2019, Heavy Plant began constructing and improving containment lines starting in the north, so up towards Nowra, with a plan to extend south towards Milton. Lines were secured by mopping up fire as it came out to containment lines in some places and infill backburning from Wandandia. Residents around Yata Yata, who provided statements to New South Wales Police, refer to the use of incendiaries in the days over the Christmas period. Witness accounts vary as to where and when they thought incendiaries might have been deployed. But it remains to be seen whether the RFS contests the use of incendiaries in the area west of Yata Yata. RFS records as made available to the court don't really assist in this regard. There is a reference within RFS documents to backburning operations and tactical aerial incendiary devices used between 12 Mile Road and Wandian Road to the north of the Yata Yata sector on Christmas Day, but there's not much more detail than that provided. In any event, substantial backburning commenced in the Turpentine Road, Wandandian and 12 Mile area, still to the north of Yata Yata, on 26 December 2019. This seems to have continued the next day, so the 27th of December, although the backburn on that day was pulled up before its objective endpoint, being Martins Ridge Road. That was the original endpoint planned for the burn on that day. The next day, 28 December 2019, the evidence suggests that the backburn worked back up towards the point where the burn had stopped the previous day. On 29 December 2019, work on the strategic backburn seems to have continued in a broadly southerly direction, although it necessarily involved burning west, but moving in an overall southerly direction, with burning reportedly undertaken between Wombat Road and Golden Flats Lane. By the evening of 30 December 2019, backburns had taken place down to Porters Creek Road in what was called the Yatta Yatta sector of the Eastern Division of the Currowan Fire. According to an RFS factual investigation report within the brief, backburning was completed, providing a continuous line of varying depth from Wondandia in the north, south to Porters Creek Road. Ground crews secured and mopped up previously burned lines along the majority of the east flank. Preparation for backburning between Porters Creek south to Pointer Road was completed in preparation for a plan to burn further under favourable weather conditions. A comprehensive investigation undertaken by Detective Senior Constable Natalie Burston, then the officer in charge of the Coronial investigation into this fire, uncovered the fact that this version of events from the RFS is contested by residents living along Porters Creek Road and Currawar Lane in their statements set out within the brief. Thus, it is these events of the evening of 30 December and the morning of 31 December which are of central importance to this hearing. To this extent, it might be useful to now have regard to the following map, which comes from page 3662 of the Currowan brief and is a Google map prepared by the team from the council assisting team with particular regions highlighted and particular pins representing important properties for the purpose of understanding the evidence. So, Your Honour, this map shows, particularly in the orange and green boxes, the orange and yellow boxes, the Yatta Yatta area impacted by fire on 31 December 2019. The fire ultimately came across the Princess Highway, which Your Honour can see extending from north to south in this map, and heavily impacted the more populated areas to the east. But for the focus of the evidence this week, Your Honour will be concerned with the area marked within the orange box in particular. The location of residents' properties along Porters Creek Road and Golden Flats Lane is mapped in this document. So Porters Creek Road, Currawar Lane, Sky Farm Lane and surrounding areas are in the orange box, and in the yellow box to the north we have Golden Flats Lane. So residents whose properties are mapped on this map have provided statements to the court. Your Honour will also see to the right of the map and to the east of the Princess Highway 2 red flags which mark the point where Lawrence Andrew died and where John Butler died. Michael Campbell died further to the north, closer to Sussex Inlet, so that point is not shown on this map. Moving then to the weather forecast for 30 to 31 December 2019. This indicated the potential for a significant weather event and an increase in fire activity and spotting. Residents were therefore very concerned about the plan to commence a backburn in their area on 30 December in light of the predicted forecast. Your Honour will see within the brief a statement from Deputy Captain Ross Cunningham of the Borley Point Rural Fire Service Brigade. He said he understood his was the only RFS crew on patrol during the night shift on 30 to 31 December 2019 in that Porters Creek Road area. Although other documents available to the court suggest that there might have been additional resources available that this captain was not aware of. He indicated that due to the presence of dangerous trees, his crew did not travel across the whole of their assigned area, including up to Porters Dam, which sits out to the west of Porters Creek Road and is up on the escarpment. This account is consistent with an entry in the RFS timeline, which indicated crews were withdrawn from parts of the fire line in the early hours of 31 December 2019 due to dangerous trees. We're now going to come to a close-up map showing properties along Porters Creek Road, and this also is taken from the brief, page 3659. These maps will become more use as Your Honour proceeds to consider the voluminous documentary evidence in the matter. So Your Honour can see the Princess Highway moving north to south towards the right of the map, and again the locations for Lawrence Andrew and John Butler. Then Porters Creek Road runs from the Princess Highway out to the west. It is intersected by Sky Farm Lane, and then as you see Porters Creek Road, proceed along, I suppose, a dog leg out to the west, you'll see that Currawar Lane ultimately comes down off Porters Creek Road. Porters Creek Road itself changes its name somewhere along that road. And then in the top left-hand corner of the map, you can just see a reference to Kalgaroo Road, which is also going to be relevant for the purpose of understanding the evidence this week. We've marked on this map the properties of various witnesses who've given statements to Your Honour. Paul Colebrook, a resident of Currawar Lane, has provided a statement. He says that on 30 December 2019, he went to a neighbour's property, that is the Evans property, also marked on the map, where he saw the National Parks and Wildlife Service arrive with a dozer, utes and a number of water tankers. Mr Colebrook said he saw the National Parks crew lighting a backburn through the Evans property towards the McCrossan property. You can see the McCrossan property to the northwest of that dogleg on Porters Creek Road. Mr Colebrook said he left the Evans property while the backburn was being lit. Peter Field is another resident of Currawar Lane, and he's also provided a statement. He says on the evening of 30 December 2019, he attended a dinner at the Stewart property down on Currawar Lane. Other community members were there. He said he became aware that the National Parks and Wildlife Service had started a burn at the Evans property on Porters Creek Road. After the dinner, he says at around 10 p.m, a group of residents drove through the Stewart property to assess the progress of the backburn. Mr Field saw a single RFS crew on Porters Creek Road outside the Stewart property. He said he could see a significant fire burning on the boundary of the Evans property with the McDonald State Forest. Ian Stewart and other members of the Stewart family have provided statements as to their experience on Currawar Lane and the surrounding areas. Ian Stewart in particular has taken a series of photographs on the 30th of December 2019, which will now be brought up on screen. These photos come from pages 3378 through to 3380 of the brief, and are said to have been taken around 9:30 p.m. on the evening of 30 December 2019, showing the backburn at that location as being still very active. According to the court-appointed expert, Jeff Conway, who's looked at Mr Stewart's photographs and indeed witness statements from the RFS and from local residents, these photographs suggest that extensive blacking out over a number of shifts would be required to control the backburn as displayed in these photos. Drawing from witness statements, Mr Conway has noted that there were significant numbers of RFS and National Parks and Wildlife Service crews on the ground undertaking backburning in the early evening on 30 December 2019, but the number of crews monitoring the fire ground later in the evening seems to have been minimal. David O'Donnell of Currawar Lane also provided a statement to the inquiry. He says that early in the morning of 31 December 2019, he and his family circulated the area to speak with neighbours. He said it was apparent at that time that, at least from his perspective, all fire resources had been redeployed to another location. Again, this will be explored during the hearing. So finally, we're going to have a map brought up on screen taken from page 3661 of the Currawong brief. This is a map showing the Golden Flats Lane area, which was the area in the yellow box highlighted in the first map, and which sits off the Princess Highway, but to the north of Porters Creek Road. This is important because the experience of some of the people around Golden Flats Lane was different to the experience of some of the residents to the south at Porters Creek Road. Perhaps not markedly different, but there are some differences. Vanessa Hamilton has provided a statement in which she says that around 6:50 a.m. on 31 December 2019, she and her partner David Madden went to his property on Golden Flats Lane. She said they could see the main fire front and hotspots burning to the west of the paddock. They went on a drive around the property and noticed a small spot fire in the middle of one of the paddocks. It was her opinion that the spot fire on that property could only have come from the main fire front due to the wind direction that was present at that time. Other residents have provided statements within the brief which attribute the backburn to actually saving their homes in the areas north of Porters Creek Road. So that is, there is no single or universal experience of this fire or backburn. Opinions differ as to whether particular properties in particular places were lost due to the advancing front of the Currawong fire, due to spot overs from the Currawong fire up on the escarpment, or due to spot overs from the RFS strategic backburns put in around Porters Creek Road and surrounds on the evening of 30 December 2019. This highlights the possibility that, not surprisingly, different areas were impacted in different ways at different points in time. It seems obvious, but it is important to remember that the fire didn't proceed in a uniform fashion. Topography, vegetation, and weather conditions from place to place also played a role. What is beyond dispute is that the fire was relentless in its size and its impact. Conditions deteriorated across the morning of 31 December, and the fire broke containment and took several runs to the east, crossing the Princess Highway and effectively chasing communities to the coast. A convergence zone over the fire ground where easterly and westerly weather fronts collided brought unpredictable strong winds and dangerous conditions for fighting fires. A pyrocumulus cloud formed and later collapsed with dreadful consequence for those defending lives and property. Almost everything was threatened or overwhelmed. RFS and police resources, water infrastructure, communication lines and traffic access. The Currawong brief is replete with many harrowing tales from the residents of Yada Yata, Lake Conjola, Fisherman's Paradise, Sussex Inlet and surrounding towns concerning the events that followed on 31 December 2019. We cannot detail all of them in these opening remarks, but they are present in the brief in written statements. What does emerge is that many people were looking to the Fires Near Me app for information, but it wasn't always up to date, which meant it wasn't always reliable. Communities then looked out for each other, with people driving around to vantage points to see the fire for themselves and then reporting back to their friends and neighbours where they could. What also emerges from eyewitness accounts is the speed of the fire when it arrived in various fronts that rolled across the day. Even when people were able to cross to the east of the highway, they were not protected. And we know that this is where John Butler, Lawrence Andrew and Michael Campbell died, and where so many others had to take refuge by, for instance, sitting on sandbars within Lake Conjola. Your Honour will recall from a site visit that Your Honour attended in 2021 the random reach of the fire, which in some parts destroyed one home only to leave the next property standing. And Your Honour might recall the power of the fire which melted plastic and metal on cars and machinery in its path, including at the place where John Butler and at the place where Michael Campbell died. This was not unique to the Currawong fire. Stories of community initiative and the capricious reach of each fire were common features demonstrated in virtually every inquest and inquiry Your Honour has conducted across this awful season. In terms of the reach of the Currowan fire, it ultimately burned for about 11 weeks and damaged an area of approximately 315,000 hectares. It was so large it merged or was managed with several other fires known by different names across different boundaries, being the Charlie's Forest Fire, the Clyde Mountain Fire, the Moreton Fire, and the Tianjara Bushfire, which started separate to the Currowan Fire but later merged. The Currowan Fire was declared out on 8 February 2020 and other fires within the Currowan cluster followed. So the Charlie's Forest Fire was declared out on 9 February 2020, the Moreton Fire on 10 February 2020, and the Clyde Mountain Fire on 16 February 2020. As I've already mentioned, Mr Conway has provided an expert report regarding the backburn implemented in the Yata Yata sector in response to the Currowan fire. The court has unfortunately only received important evidence from the RFS in recent days, including late last night. And so Mr Conway has not yet seen all of the documents, and he will be asked to update his opinion when he gives evidence on Thursday in light of material that's since been received. On the material that was available to him, he has concluded that the Eastern Containment Strategy was appropriate in the circumstances at the time of its planning. He makes the point that there had initially been some success in containing the fire to the forested escarpment to the west, likely due to many factors, including fire suppression efforts and containment actions. Mr Conway tells the court that fire suppression and containment actions depend upon the availability of firefighting resources. Given the scale of fire across New South Wales in late 2019, he suggests the incident management team could not have had any confidence that they would have access to the number of firefighters, firefighting vehicles and aircraft needed to safely and effectively protect the people and assets that would come under threat if they were to limit themselves to relying on purely defensive strategies. So evidence this week will explore the risk assessment process applied by the incident management team prior to the implementation of the Eastern Containment Strategy at Yata Yata on 30 December. This is in circumstances where the process is not clearly articulated within the incident action plans. Mr Conway concluded it would be expected that as a minimum, mitigation actions would be documented in these plans in the event that the backburns did not achieve sufficient depth or there was not adequate time to complete and secure the backburn before the weather and subsequent fire behaviour deteriorated. So whilst there might not be great detail in the incident action plans themselves, some risk management assessments are documented in other documents produced on behalf of the Rural Fire Service and recently provided to Your Honour, which will be provided to Mr Conway and will no doubt feed into his opinion. In terms of whether there was sufficient mopping up or blacking out before crews left the scene along Porters Creek Road, Mr Conway noted the soils and fuel in the area of the Currowan fire were extremely dry, and blacking out in these conditions requires sustained and concerted effort. He wrote that blacking out a fire edge in these circumstances would typically continue for a number of shifts. He noted that there were minimal crews on patrol for the night shift of 30 into 31 December, and those that were available were unable to access all or part of the fire ground due to dangerous tree fall. He wrote that those crews that undertook the backburning operation did not appear to have stayed on the fire ground for the balance of the night shift. Again, this is something that will be explored with Mr Conway later this week after Your Honour has heard from relevant RFS witnesses. Mr Conway says even if there was greater contingency planning than evident in the IAPs, and noting that there is some contingency planning evident in other documents, He suggested it is likely that the RFS planning did not foresee the resourcing limitations that would impact the Yatta area on 31 December. So witness statements from within the brief proffer different opinions as to whether the fire that impacted upon individual properties came from a strategic backburn or from the Currowan fire front or spot overs from either of these. To this end, Mr Conway notes a line scan taken at 9:50 a.m. on 31 December 2019 showed the main fire front making a major run to the east-southeast, which would certainly have generated spotting off the top of the escarpment, in his opinion. This doesn't preclude some properties having been impacted by spotting from the backburn, in addition to the possibility of spotting off the top of the escarpment. To this end, Mr Conway has referred to witness statements and suggested some properties may have been affected by fire earlier in the day as a result of spotting from the backburn than they might otherwise have been if the backburn had not been undertaken. He concluded that the progression of the fire front from the top of the escarpment and the potential for spot fires in prevailing weather conditions were such that the backburns lit on the evening of 30 December 2019 did generate spotting on the morning of 31 December, but were later overrun by the effects of the main fire as the day progressed. Mr Conway has made 3 broad recommendations within his report, which will be explored with him on Thursday. But in brief, they focus upon the need to ensure that incident management teams and incident controllers can continue to use strategic backburns as an important weapon in their attempts to contain fire. He emphasises the importance of developing fire modelling applications to give increasing confidence about fire spread predictions. And he emphasises the importance of frank communication with the community in terms of their expectations of what they can expect from the RFS and other emergency services. He says that a consistent experience of fire service over 15 years during major fires has been the inability to provide sufficient firefighting resources to support every affected landowner or resident. This is because of the scale of some events, the inability to reach affected properties, risk to firefighters in attending, and the need to prioritise community assets and infrastructure over individual households. He also notes issues regarding time and space in combating fast-running fires. So he ultimately emphasises in his report that fire and emergency services with government support must educate the community on what can realistically be expected during major weather-driven emergencies. There will never be enough responders to support every household, and human efforts to contain fire in the conditions experienced on 31 December will always be overwhelmed, in Mr Conway's view. He says that communities exposed to these risks must see themselves as part of the response to an event and prepare accordingly. Your Honour knows from material within this and other briefs the ability for individual households to prepare and respond accordingly, of course, varies enormously from home to home across the state. Your Honour, that's all I wish to say by way of opening submissions. The plan for the week is as follows. More recent material provided in relation to the Currowan fire has been inserted into Exhibit 19A, which is the Currowan brief. A statement from Mark Williams received last night will be tendered in due course. I haven't yet had an opportunity to read it for myself, but I'll do that this afternoon. The plan for today then is to hear firstly from witnesses David Chris Palmer and then Charlie Magnuson, each from the RFS. Tomorrow, Your Honour, will hear from the Incident Controller, Mark Williams, followed by John Ashton, also from the RFS. And then the evidence from Mr Conway will be taken on Thursday. I'll also have a document just marked for identification presently, Your Honour. It's correspondence from the Crown Solicitor's Office dated 19 May 2023, and it outlines RFS attempts to obtain witness statements, some of which we've received, and or locate certain overseas-based firefighters who were involved in the Coronial fire but have been unable to be located or have been unable to assist Your Honour's inquest. If we could have that marked for identification today, the letter itself refers to some further details provided in earlier correspondence between the Crown Solicitor's Office and the Department of Communities and Justice. We'll have that earlier correspondence collated and attached to MFI.
See,
Thank you, Your Honour. And I'll tender it at that point.
thank you. It's MFIC.
Your Honour, so the first witness for today is Mr. Palmer, and I think he's going to come up via the AVL. Mr. Palmer, can I ask you just to say your name, and that should allow the footage to come up on screen? Mr. Palmer, could you just say your name for us?
I'm unable to hear anything.
Here we are.
All right. We can hear you, Mr. Palmer. Can you see and hear us in Lidcombe?
Is anybody able to hear me?
We can hear you. Can you see and hear us?
I can now, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Palmer, you'll just hear from the court officer now. Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Would you state your name and professional address?
David Christopher Palmer. I work at 92 Albatross Road, Nowra.
You've prepared a statement dated the 11th of May 2023 in relation to your involvement in the Coronial fire. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you have a copy of that statement in front of you?
I do.
Are there any corrections that you need to make to that statement before we commence your evidence?
No, there isn't.
Mr. Palmer, are you presently an inspector with the Rural Fire Services working out of a team within the Shoalhaven district?
I am.
And in particular, do you work within the Operational Response and Coordination Infrastructure team?
Yes, I do.
What does that position ordinarily involve?
Typically working with the district manager and the senior leadership team in working out the district's response coordination plans, as well as dealing with the infrastructure, stations, vehicles, equipment, etc.
When you say response coordination plans, are you referring to, withdraw that, what do you mean by response coordination plans?
Things like the bushfire risk management plans, localised response plans, brigade availabilities for responding to incidences.
Is this fair to say that sort of planning is a kind of long-range strategic planning that will guide the district and that you might then call upon in response to any given fire?
Yeah, the bushfire risk management plan is such a document.
What are the geographical boundaries of the Shoalhaven district, roughly speaking?
Bounded in the north by Gerringong area, Illawarra, and then as far south as Durras to Batemans Bay.
And what about out to the west?
And out to the west to Sassafras.
Where are the headquarters?
Headquarters located in the town of Nowra itself at 92 Albatross Road.
So is that where you are today?
That's correct, yes.
Separate to your paid employment with the RFS, do you remain a volunteer member with the Greenwell Point Rural Fire Brigade?
I do.
Why do you continue to volunteer in that role?
I believe in what the RFS stands for, serving the community. And if I can assist in a voluntary capacity as well as in a salaried capacity, I'm happy to do so.
Do you still deploy with that brigade to the fire ground when required?
Rarely. For major incidences, I'm in the incident management team. Typically, I would go out to do hazard reductions,
Right.
things of that nature.
Does that experience, so I mean your continued involvement as a volunteer member of a local brigade, give you a perspective that helps you in your work as an inspector?
Yes, certainly. I was also a member of Preston's Brigade at Liverpool from 1992 until I secured a full-time position and had been operational with that brigade, including major deployments in 1994 fires.
How does the perspective of still being a member on a brigade assist you in your paid employment as an inspector or working on an incident management team?
It essentially allows me to relate better to the volunteer availability. There's always an expectation that firefighters are just available, and obviously they're not. So we understand if people can't be available to attend emergencies and incidences. So in that aspect, it gives me that understanding.
I want to ask you some questions now just about your earlier experience in the 2019 bushfire season prior to the Coronial fire starting. Do you follow?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The court understands that many of the brigades from the southern region of the state deployed to the northern part of the state in response to fires up there since about early September 2019. Were you involved in any of those sort of deployments?
Only with organising the crews to be deployed, the resources to be deployed. I didn't deploy until late November myself. So.
All right. And when you deployed in late November, what fire did you deploy to?
Fire up at Kempsey.
So is it fair to say you did have some out-of-area experience with fires across the 2019 season before the Coronial fire affected your own community?
Yes.
That fire that you attended or deployed to up near Kempsey in perhaps November of 2019, did that give you an experience to inform what you might expect when the Coronial fire started later in the year?
It certainly served to give me experience of that broad scale fire impact over large, many kilometres of landscape. So it did assist in the level of impact that we could possibly expect.
And in terms of that broad scale, are you there saying that this was out of the ordinary?
Absolutely.
Because the court has heard from a number of residents, from RFS volunteers, from RFS employees, saying that strategies that had worked for them in previous fire seasons just did not work in 2019-2020. Do you have similar experience to that effect?
Yes, but using that experience, you can also upscale your strategies and tactics.
But I'm trying to understand whether, in your experience, some of the fires, either the Kempsey fire or more particularly the Coronial fire, were of a kind that was so unusual because strategies you thought might work simply failed.
Yes, that's correct.
We understand that the Coronial fire wasn't declared out until the 8th of February 2020. You were mainly involved with that fire through your position on the incident management team, is that right?
Correct.
Were there any occasions where you also deployed across the months that it was burning as part of the Grenwell Point Brigade?
No.
In terms of your work with the incident management team, it seems that you were largely working in the position of Deputy Incident Controller for the Currawong Fire. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Her Honour has a report prepared by the Incident Controller which says that the Section 44 declaration for this fire had to be amended numerous times to amend the number of people appointed as Deputy Incident Controllers over time as the size of the fire grew. Does that accord with your recollection of how the IMT was managed across the months?
Yes, indeed, that's correct.
Can you recall when you were first appointed as a Deputy Incident Controller?
It was my first shift on the 2nd of December.
So the fire was still in its early stages at that point, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Where was it? What was the reach of the fire at that time? Can you recall?
It was still in the Currawong vicinity. At that stage, we hadn't had any impacts into urban areas or anything like that. So it was still wilderness fire at that stage.
Where was the IMT team then based when you first became involved?
We were based at the Narrow Combined Emergency Management Centre located at 92 Albatross Road.
And did the IMT team for the Currawong fire continue to be based in that centre throughout the course of the months of the fire?
Yes.
What other... I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, from start to finish, this was the operations centre.
And are there other emergency services based within that operations centre?
State Emergency Service works with us. We also have the Emergency Operations Centre for police, council, every other major sort of landholder emergency service has the ability to work in this building at the same time.
In terms of having the capacity to work in the building at the same time, is that capacity actually scaled up when confronting something like a Section 44 declared fire?
Yes, we would open up, the Emergency Operations Centre would be opened up, and then all the relevant participants would report to the EOC. And
in terms of the Currawong fire, did that happen as soon as the Section 44 declaration was made, or did it take some time to ramp up the services within the operations centre?
It was certainly operational when I arrived on the 2nd of December.
The documents within the brief suggest that typically the incident controller would be rostered on for day shifts, often with a deputy incident controller in support across the day. Does that sound fairly typical?
That's correct, yes.
And then another deputy incident controller would be in control across night shifts. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
In that way, it means, doesn't it, that a senior decision maker would be located within the operations centre making big decisions as needed 24/7?
Yes.
Was the one IMT responsible for managing the entire RFS response across the entire fire district in 2019?
It was. I believe we had divisions in Bateman's Bay, another division in Lake George area, and I believe there were deputy incident controllers appointed for those divisions. But essentially the planning, the operational planning, emanated from the IMT here.
So there's the possibility that there were 3 divisions, but with central planning typically happening from Nowra, is that right?
Yes.
And it seems that by the 31st of December, a decision was made to take at least some of the people from Nowra down to near Bateman's Bay to respond to another crisis down there. Is that
Yes.
right? And is
Yes.
that what you mean when you talk about a division being based down around Bateman's Bay?
No, we'd already had a deputy incident controller down at Bateman's Bay.
Right.
They didn't do planning or operational planning or anything of that nature. It was because it was another council area. We appointed the, I believe it was one inspector from down there as a deputy incident controller.
Well, just focusing on the Currowan fire, Her Honour understands from the evidence available that a later fire, well, I withdraw that because I don't know if it was later, but a separate fire, the Tianjara fire, commenced at around the same time as the Currowan fire. You're familiar with that?
Yes, many days after the initial ignition.
All right. And those two fires later merged. Do you agree?
That's correct.
So was there a time when the Currowan and Tianjara fire were still separate fires, but they had to be managed from the one incident management team?
Yes.
The documents within the brief suggest that the fire ground was divided into divisions, and at some point the divisions became divided into sectors. Is that how it worked?
That's correct.
And are there then a further layer of divisions below sector level that the RFS uses?
No, not. We work sectors, divisions, sectors, and then within that sector, you could have individual tankers operating.
If we focus on the strategic backburn that was ultimately implemented near Porters Creek Road, are we looking at the East Division of the Currowan Fire and the Yatta Yatta sector within that division?
Yes.
We know that there was also a Northern Division to the fire.
Correct.
How was the management system organised? Did particular divisions have a particular leader who would then report back to you as the DIC and through you to the IC?
So operationally, the operations officer in the incident management team would talk to a divisional commander, who's generally a group officer, a group captain or above, or group captain qualified. And then that's broken down into the various sectors where there would be crew leaders or group leaders commanding sectors. So generally the line of communication would be sector leader to divisional commander to the operations officer, and then if necessary to the incident controller.
All right. Well, let's move to that topic now. I want to ask you about the formal positions that existed within the IMT over time. We know about the incident controller and the deputy incident controller, and you've referred to the operations officer. Were there other positions within the IMT that were routinely filled as part of the response to the Currowan fire?
Many positions, planning officers, logistical officers, heavy plant managers, aircraft managers. There would be liaison officers from all agencies that were supporting us involved.
All right. So we know that the operations officer is speaking to the divisional commanders within the field. Are there other significant aspects to the role of the operations officer within the IMT?
Generally speaking, the role of the operations officer is to implement the incident action plan that the planning team have developed for that operational period.
When you say planning team, what do you mean?
So planners, their role is to plan the way we will combat the fire. So the incident controller determines an objective and intent. Planners then work to that objective or intent in creating a plan on how we will manage, be it by offensive operations, defensive operations. They will come up with a plan, and that plan is then given to the operational personnel, and they actually implement that plan on that particular day or that particular time period that it's required.
Presumably, the deputy incident controllers or the incident controller have a role in signing off on any plan that the planning officer might have developed before the operations officer executes it.
Before any plan is signed off, it comes to the incident controller. There's a meeting where that plan is discussed with all the IMT personnel, heads of the roles. Once that's satisfied, the incident controller is satisfied, he will then sign the action plan, and that is effective the next time.
Right.
There's been a problem with the connection. We might take a short break and network and sort that.
Thank you.
right. So, Mr. Palmer, can you see and hear us?
I can, Your Honour.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Ward.
Mr. Palmer, just before we lost the connection, you were giving an answer about the way that the IMT operated and the respective roles of the planning officer and the operations officer. Could you just repeat your answer for the court, please? Because we lost most of it.
Certainly. So the incident controller sets the objective and the intent. Based on that, the planning people go away and formulate a plan, be it an offensive or a defensive strategy. Once that plan is written, the incident management team comes together, has a meeting where that plan is discussed and to see if it's viable, if it's achievable. Once the incident controller is happy with that, the planning officer signs their portion of the document. The incident controller then signs their portion of the document, and that document, that incident action plan, is handed to the operational personnel to actually enact over the time period of that IAP.
All right. Now that necessarily involves one of the operations personnel communicating the plan to at least the division commanders on the fire ground. Is that right?
Correct. There's a briefing of divisional commanders where incident action plans are either distributed, paper copies or electronic copies are distributed.
And at some point, the division commander will need to communicate that plan to their sector commanders or sector leaders or group captains. Is that right?
Correct.
In a fire that's big enough to be subject to a Section 44 declaration, will individual divisions always need to be divided into sectors just because of the size of the fire?
Not always. It just depends on the scale of the operation that we're dealing with.
All right, so the size of the structure on the fire ground will scale up or down according to the fire. Is that right?
We may have a division which is inactive and there'll be no one assigned to it because
Yes.
there's no work to be done there.
I want to ask you some questions now about something described within the material as the Eastern Containment Strategy. Do you follow?
Yes, I do.
That's a strategy that I assume you were familiar with because of your work as the Deputy Incident Controller. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Were you involved in discussions about how to execute the Eastern Containment Strategy as it moved, we think, from the north down towards the south?
Yes, there was a lot of discussion on the conduct of the backburn or containment.
Would it be fair to say that discussion must have taken place over days, if not weeks, as you formulate the strategy and then decide how it will be implemented in the field?
Yes, strategic backburning was occurring on a daily basis on most days, and it became a natural progression to expand upon those to establish an Eastern Containment.
Can you just outline the Eastern Containment Strategy in your own words?
So the Eastern Containment Strategy essentially was a control line would be established from Nowra Hill all the way south to Milton. It would be a combination of mechanically engineered breaks, containment lines, with backburning done on top of that. And it was that was a decision that the best option to take.
All right. Now, was it a focus of the strategy to try and keep the fire to the west of the Princess Highway and therefore away from the more populated centres to the east?
Yes, definitely.
And of course, the Princess Highway itself was in some ways also a control line of a type on its own. Is that right?
Yes, we were trying to keep the fire off the edges of the Princes Highway because being a main supply route north-south, we saw it as one of the imperatives that we try and maintain an open road from.
I'm not suggesting. I'm sorry, you go ahead.
It was just to ensure that we maintained open roadway from Sydney to the south of the state.
Right, so I'm not suggesting that the highway was itself a containment line as and of itself, but it was actually the asset that you wanted to protect, or one of the assets that you wanted to protect, by working on these control lines to the west to try and limit the spread of fire and cut off that main highway if possible.
Yes, protect residents and properties to the east of the highway.
Is it fair to say that the Eastern Containment Strategy was introduced after the failure of an earlier plan, which initially aimed to contain the fire near Yadborough to the southwest of Milton?
I'm unsure. I'm unsure of the timeline
All right.
there.
If you're not sure, then I don't want you to speculate. Is it possible that... Well, I'll withdraw that and there can be some questions that go to the incident controller. Was the Eastern Containment Strategy... Withdraw that. It's fair to say that Eastern Containment Strategy was not the only strategy that your IMT thought about for the Currawong fire, is that right?
No, there were a number of strategies that were looked at, considered. Just the fire was just phenomenal.
And you had to have a number of strategies available that took into account particular variables and the way the fire might actually play out on the fire ground. Is that fair to say?
Yes, yes.
Was the Eastern Containment Strategy itself a long-term strategy that had been thought about or even used in previous years?
We had done similar objectives at other fires previously, and they had worked.
Similar in what way?
Preventing fire from the west heading across the Princes Highway into those vulnerable communities.
Had, to your knowledge, the Eastern Containment Strategy ever been employed over such a distance in previous years? And by that I mean from close to Nowra in the north with an aim of getting down towards Milton in the south.
No, never before.
So when you say that it had been used on other years, presumably over shorter periods, but with the aim of protecting particular parts of the Princess Highway?
Yes, shorter distances where we've been able to achieve containment to the south and to the north, and then we've done that same similar line to the west.
There are documents within the brief of evidence which refer to a significant escalation in the Tianjara fire and the Currawong fire at around the 21st of December 2019. Do you recall, was that escalation in the two fires a factor in decision making about implementing the Eastern Containment Strategy over such a long distance?
Yeah, once the two fires combined, which we were under no misapprehension they would combine, we would be faced with some difficult decisions.
A number of residents have told the court that prior to Christmas 2019, the Currawong fire had burnt to the north of Yada Yada. It was up on the escarpment to the west of their properties, but it burnt through to the north and they thought they might have avoided the threat of fire impact. Firstly, do you agree with their recollection that at least one part of the Currawong fire had earlier moved through the escarpment to the west of Yada Yada?
Certainly to the west, it had progressed north, but obviously not on the wide frontage which enabled it to come back.
Yes. The progression of the fire, let's say around I'll withdraw that, let's say around mid-December through until a couple of days before Christmas Day, when residents are thinking that the fire is moving north through the escarpment. No, I'll withdraw that and start again. Given that the Currawong fire had burnt at least some way through the escarpment to the west of yada yada, that burning must have had an impact on the fuels available on the escarpment if the prevailing weather were to push the fire back to track south or southeast. Is that correct?
So the fire burning north means the fire is heading north, which means we have a flanking fire slowly spreading westward,
Yep.
Burning into that available fuel. And then upon the westerly winds impacting onto that flank, that's when that flank became the head fire and caused the destruction.
Yes, so whatever burning out had happened as the fire burnt through the escarpment earlier in the month was clearly not enough to mean that the fire wouldn't be pushed back in a south or southeasterly direction under later weather conditions. Have I confused you?
Yeah, you say the fire burning back upon itself?
Yes, that possibility.
There may have been portions of the fire ground where that was possible, but the amount of heat and the intensity of the fire there was no vegetation left for it to burn back upon in most cases.
Can you understand, though, that some in the community might have had a false sense of comfort that they'd escaped the worst of it because they, rightly or wrongly, had seen the fire pass across the escarpment to the west?
I can relate to that, the impression that they would have.
Was that something?
But it doesn't necessarily reflect with what was happening upon the ground.
No, of course not. I want to focus in on people's understanding, even if that was a incorrect understanding. Because if you have some community members who have perhaps a false sense of security that the worst of the fire has passed and they've avoided it, isn't that something that the RFS needs to take into account when later messaging the community about the potential for threats still being posed by the Currawong or the Tianjara fire?
Certainly, and the incident controller was providing briefs to communities, to residents. Crews were going out and providing pamphlets on the fire situation. Residents were being, in my opinion, residents were being kept up to date with what was happening with the fire, plus the Fires Near Me app that the Rural Fire Service has shows a map of the fire.
The accuracy of the details contained within the Fires Near Me app obviously depends on the accuracy of the data being fed in.
Correct.
To that map. Were there, in your experience, occasions during this fire when it moved so fast that there was a lag between fire spread on the ground and where the details were being included in the Fires Near Me app?
Yes.
That's an important thing to emphasise, isn't it, with the community, that they can't rely on one source of information around the presence or projected spread of fires in their local area.
Yes, multiple sources of truth are required.
When the Eastern Containment Strategy was implemented, it seems a decision was made to start in the north and then work down towards the south. Was that always the plan?
Well, we had already had some containment occurring in the south anyway, around sort of Ulladulla and Milton. We had already been working on some containment lines. So, from my understanding, the containment lines were working north and south. Both ends of the containment line were working towards each other.
Now, you were there, and I'm just drawing conclusions available from the documents within the brief. But is it your evidence that, in fact, the Eastern Containment Strategy was being executed from the north and the south and slowly working closer to each other in a midpoint?
To the best of my recollection, that's what was occurring.
Do you agree that the part of the Eastern Containment Line that ultimately was put in behind Porters Creek Road and the area down around Coronial Lane seems to have commenced on around the 30th of December 2019?
Correct.
At the time that the containment line, the Eastern Containment Strategy was implemented, it was to terminate somewhere around Milton, is that right?
That's correct.
Was there any thought that eventually you would need to try and move that containment line further south, or was the fire already making such plans redundant?
The fire had made those plans redundant in most cases.
I just want to ask you some questions now on what you say in your statement at paragraph 7. Could you turn that up, please?
Yes?
Do you see there you refer to Barry, just bear with me. Mr. Palmer, I'm not sure that I've got the right paragraph. In fact, if you go over to paragraph 8, sorry, at the top of the next page, you say that backburning operations were conducted in the 10 days prior to the 31st of December. Do you see that?
I can see that, yes.
And so that we're really talking about, on your version, backburning operations starting around 21 December.
Correct.
And in fact, in paragraph 7, you refer to crews having been working for around 10 days to get the containment secured along the eastern containment line. Do you see that?
I do.
And what work are you referring to there?
Combination of mechanical clearing, so bulldozers, heavy plant machinery, clearing bare earth containment lines, burning around properties in and around those areas, so actually securing around those properties by burning around them to prevent fire impacting on them, and then working on the back. Once those were all secured, then back burning improper.
All right. So it's a mix of using heavy plant to create some clear lines that crews might then be able to burn off.
Yes.
But were there also places where crews could go in and start strategic backburns immediately because there was already enough
Yes.
of a control line present?
Yes.
Although it's described in these proceedings as being a strategic backburn, is it fair to say that Eastern Containment Strategy, in fact, was a whole series of different backburns that ultimately, according to the strategy, would be tied up end to end to cover the length of a line running roughly north to south?
There had been backburning in strategic areas, and then it was decided to link all of those, yes. As the one strategy.
So you're really trying to tie off one smaller backburn into another to maintain a containment line that would run the full length of the projected plan.
To give us depth.
The RFS have produced a factual investigation report since the Coronial backburn. Are you familiar with that report?
I have read that.
It suggests that the Eastern Containment Strategy commenced on 24 December 2019 through the use of heavy plant, and it says that was in response to fire spread that took place on 21 December. On that timetable, it kind of pushes the start of the strategy back a few days in comparison to your estimated start date.
Yes, as I say, we'd been backburning in a number of areas over a number of days, and then the consequence of doing that was it formed the basis of the Eastern containment line, the Eastern strategy. So it probably started indeed on the around about the 21st, 24th, but we had been burning to contain fire from the east for a number of days.
Yes. So tell me if this is fair. It's not like there was a flag dropped and this is the day on which we're going to start to implement the Eastern Containment Strategy. Rather, as you say, there were a number of smaller strategies being implemented in different areas, and there comes a point where the IMT say, right, the plan now is to tie up these smaller strategies and to include them into one overarching Eastern Containment Strategy.
The incident controller made that determination that we would have the Eastern Containment Strategy. Right. I don't recall the exact date.
And that factual investigation report itself also suggests that strategic backburns commenced on around the 26th of December 2019, and it places the strategic backburns at that time up near the Turpentine Road, Wandandian and 12 Mile area. Do you have any recollection of those finer details?
No.
Were you involved in decision-making around the planned use of aerial incendiaries as part of the Eastern Containment Strategy from about the 21st of December onwards?
No.
Do you recall whether aerial incendiaries were used at any time from about 21 December onwards?
I believe they were. I can't be 100% certain. I don't recall, but I believe they were.
There's evidence within the brief from residents out on Porters Creek Road and around being informed by SES personnel about RFS intention to use aerial incendiaries. Is that something that would often happen during a Section 44 fire, where you might use your SES colleagues based out of the same operations centre and ask them to go out and pass on information to the community about RFS plans?
Certainly, they work. They would operate as part of the community engagement portfolio,
yep.
And they would be given sheets, and they would go out, communicate with the residents, and hand out pamphlets, letting them know what was happening.
Some of the witnesses in the brief refer to receiving text messages and even seeing posts on the RFS Facebook page about the use of aerial incendiaries in their area around Christmas Day. Have you got any reason to doubt that that sort of information was being provided to the community?
I do not recall.
It's consistent though, isn't it, with the possibility that, or the memory you have, that aerial incendiaries were used at least some point during the fire?
That would be fair.
And the factual investigation report also refers to aerial incendiaries being used in an area between 12 Mile Road and Wandian Road to the north of the Yada Yada sector. Does that detail prompt any memories on your part about incendiaries actually being used around this area?
No. I don't recall any conversation about that.
Thank you. Your Honour, is that a convenient time? I'm about to move on to another topic.
Yes, we'll take the morning adjournment and resume at 12.
No,
Actually,
no. WA, Victoria.
Is that a Navy base or an Air Force base?
Navy, HMAS Albatross.
Okay.
Yes, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Palmer, can you still see and hear me in Lidcombe?
I can, ma'am.
I want to just pick up on that topic of the fire having passed through or burnt through at least part of the fuel on the escarpment in mid-December. And I'm not suggesting that every family out at Yada Yada was naive to the threat that the fire still posed. But I want to come back to that topic. Tell me if this is a fair summary. The Coronial fire did burn through some of the land on the escarpment as it moved roughly north in the area, in the time frame around mid to perhaps the 21st of December. Firstly, do you agree with that?
Yes.
There remains the possibility, though, that the eastern flank of that fire on the escarpment might have been left to slowly trickle down from the escarpment and perhaps through the foothills or whatever you want to describe the intermediate land between the escarpment and the plateau below over the coming days. Is that a possibility?
Yes, it's a possibility.
And that fire from the eastern flank might be of such low intensity that it would not necessarily register on a line scan. Is that a possibility?
No, it would still register on line scan.
All right. Was there evidence of such fire spread on the line scans available to you prior to Christmas?
I can't recall specifically, but we did view line scans every time they were made available to us.
All right. And given the country out to the west of Porters Creek Road, is it possible that fire spreading from the eastern flank of the Currawong fire as it had originally moved through in a roughly northerly direction might not have generated sufficient smoke to alert people nearby to the fact that the fire was trickling down from the escarpment?
No, there still would have been a significant amount of smoke.
Does that mean, and if you can't say, just say so, but does that mean you're discounting the possibility that the eastern flank of the fire as it moved along the escarpment in the lead up to Christmas 2019 at that time posed any risk to the properties in Yata Yata down on the plateau?
I couldn't say right now.
Very well. All right, I want to ask you some questions now about information available to the incident action, information available within the incident action plan and available to the IMT on the 30th of December 2019. Do you follow the topic we're moving to?
Yes.
On the 30th of December 2019, were you the Deputy Incident Controller for the day shift?
Yes, I was.
How would you, at the conclusion of the day shift, hand over to your colleagues who were taking over across the night shift?
At 2000 hours every evening, there is a briefing, a changeover brief, where the day's events are discussed, the proposed events will be discussed, and then any specific taskings or orders from the incident controller would be issued, along with the current IAP. And every functional head has the floor for the period of time that they need to pass on their information.
And so the IAPs are used to help frame discussions at those handover meetings. Is that right?
Correct.
In terms of the IAP for the 30th of December moving into the 31st of December, do you have a copy of that IAP available to you there?
I don't, ma'am.
Right. Within the version that the court has, this is an IAP starting at volume 9, tab 106, page 3029. But within that IAP as produced to the court is a document called a fire weather discussion.
Yes.
And it's a one-page document that includes topics such as weather station, fire behaviour overview, detailed fire behaviour, air operations and the like. Are you broadly familiar with these type of fire weather discussions?
I am.
And is someone able...
I have access to that document now.
Okay, thank you. Can you use, well, firstly, can you use the numbers in the bottom right-hand corner and turn to page 3029?
This particular document doesn't go all the way up to that, ma'am.
All right.
So it was 3029?
Yes. Did you say, though, that you have access to the fire weather discussion for the 30th to the 31st of
I've got that page in question now, ma'am.
Okay. Within, let's just check that we're on the same page. Your Honour will find at least one version. It appears in the brief in more than one place. But it's volume 9, tab 106, page 3033. Mr. Palmer, just so that we're on the same version of the fire weather discussion, on my version, I can see towards the top of the page, it says forecast issued 29 December 2019 at 1800 hours. Do you have that on the top left?
I'm just looking. So is that the prediction for 0800 to 0800 31 December 2019 to the 1st of January 2020?
No. The previous day is a document at page 3033 of the brief, and it is on the version produced to the court contained within the IAP for the 30th going into the 31st. Now, if you don't have a copy there, we'll just proceed as best we can.
And that was page 3033?
Yes.
I'm looking at that page now.
All right. Let's check we've got the same document. Do you see top left corner, second line, forecast issued, and it shows 29 December 2019, 1800 hours.
Correct?
And then in the top right-hand corner, it's recorded as a prediction for 0800 to 0800, the 30th into the 31st.
Correct.
All right. In the version of the IAP produced to the court, this forms one of the attachments or parts of the IAP.
Yes.
Is it possible that when you were having your discussion for shift changeover on the 30th to the 31st of December, this document would have been available to you with the IAP at that time?
Yes.
Is it the sort of document that you would typically hope to see with an IAP?
Yes, plus the fire behavioural analyst would actually speak about that document.
Right, so at least two sources of information. You've got the analyst there in person.
Yes.
Plus you've got whatever data they might bring to the handover or include in the IAP. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
All right. If we just then focus on this fire weather discussion, it's been prepared by someone called Tim, I think it's Clucas. Do you see that at the top right-hand corner?
I do.
And does that mean that is the person who's likely to have been present at the handover meeting,
Yes.
even though it's a forecast which seems to have been issued at 1800 hours on the 29th?
So the document would have been prepared by that individual.
Yes.
I cannot recall. I was under the impression there was a different fire behaviour analyst at the Fire Control Centre that evening, or that day.
I mean, that might happen from time to time. Is that right? That you'd have someone prepare a document, but a different analyst is present for the briefing, or is that unusual?
It can do if we're doing a changeover of fire behaviour analysts. Potential for that to exist.
So is it likely that this fire weather discussion was at least part of the material available to the IAP for the handover on the evening of the 29th of December to guide the teams about what was expected from 8 a.m. the next morning through until 8 a.m. the morning of the 31st?
Correct.
One of the things that this document says under the heading of weather situation, so towards the top of the page, is that winds will begin to increase Monday evening and humidity recovery into Tuesday will be poor, leading to increased fire danger in the early hours. Do you see that?
I do.
Where it refers to Monday there, that's a reference to Monday the 30th of December, isn't it?
Yes.
And then it's talking about conditions into Tuesday being the 31st of December. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Do you recall that information being discussed in any detail by the IMT at shift changeover? And in particular, whether it prompted discussions about whether you should proceed with continued strategic backburns on the 30th of December?
That would be correct. That conversation would have taken place.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that notwithstanding the details included in there, the decision was made that you should continue to attempt to complete at least part of the Eastern Containment Strategy in advance of what's described here as winds beginning to increase Monday evening.
Yes.
What this fire weather discussion suggests, doesn't it, is that you would need to be very careful to try and ensure that any strategic backburns commenced on Monday were appropriately contained or blacked out before the increased fire danger expected in the early hours of the Tuesday morning.
Yes, blacking out would continue as the course of nature. Once we've lit a backburn, we monitor and patrol the blackened edge.
If things go according to plan, correct?
Yes.
Because sometimes plans intervene and your crews don't have an opportunity to continue that exercise of blacking out because of matters beyond their control.
Safety concerns notwithstanding.
Including falling trees.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, do you recall, was the decision to implement or to continue to implement the strategic backburn around Porters Creek Road on the 30th, the Monday, 30 December, was that decision made in light of this prediction that in the early hours of Tuesday morning, there would be increased fire danger.
Yes, we needed to try and complete the burn.
In your statement, you give an account of the weather information that was taken into account when deciding what to do around this strategic backburn. And in particular, in paragraph 17 of your statement, you refer to the possibility that a cooler front from the east would converge with a warmer front coming from the west over the fire ground and thereby cause extreme fire behaviour. I'm summarising what you say in paragraph 17, but is that a fair summary of what you understood was another issue to be taken into account?
Yes, we were concerned that the convergence would occur close to the coastline rather than over towards the middle of the fire ground, which would bring catastrophic weather.
Now, where you say in paragraph 17 that there was this discussion about the convergence, that's a discussion, is it, on the evening of 30 December, as you're handing over to your colleagues to come on for the night shift or the swing shift on that evening?
Yes, the changeover brief on the evening of the 30th.
Does it follow that that is a different discussion to the discussion that took place in response to the fire weather discussion that we've just been talking about, which was a discussion that seems to have taken place on the evening of the 29th?
We frequently discussed our concerns about where the convergence would occur, and we're trying to make decisions based on where the predicted convergence would happen. It was a daily occurrence.
I'm just trying to understand what information was available to you before the start of the day shift on the 30th of December. We've got an IAP that covers that period and includes the fire weather discussion document. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Then in paragraph 17 of your statement, you refer to information, this is in the last sentence, information provided via a FBAN report attached to the IAP for 30 to 31 December.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, is that reference to the FBAN report attached to the IAP a reference to the fire weather discussion or a different document also attached to the IAP?
It was conversation around that document discussing the potential fire behaviour, fire spread.
And then in paragraph 17, where you say that you knew the 31st was going to be a bad fire day and you discussed it the night before on the 30th, you talk about discussing it with the FBAN. That's a reference to the fire behaviour analyst who was there for that meeting or handover on the 30th. Is that right?
Correct.
And then, I'm sorry to press this, but it's important that we understand. Then at the end of that paragraph, when you're talking about information being provided via an FBAN report attached to the IAP, you're actually referring to the discussion you had with the FBAN at the handover meeting.
So the FBAN would discuss this document. Then members of the IMT would have opportunities to pose questions regarding whether at particular times, for instance, what the dew point might be, whether the convergence would happen closer to the middle of the fire ground or closer towards the coast. So there's a lot of discussion around the weather, obviously, and the FBAN was the best positioned person to give us the answer to those questions.
In paragraph 17, where you say you were informed there would be a convergence of the cold front from the east and the warm front from the west converging over the fire ground, when did you anticipate that convergence would occur?
I cannot recall of at the moment.
Are we talking about a convergence likely on the 31st of December rather than the 30th?
Yeah, so there would be there would be a convergence daily over the fire ground somewhere of these two weather fronts coming together. So it would form a daily discussion.
And of course, there could be more than one convergence, couldn't there?
Not really, not based on what the weather analyst was saying. The easterly influence would come in predicted at a certain time, and it would meet with the westerly winds at a certain time over a predicted portion of the fire ground.
All right. Could you come back to the fire weather discussion at 30:33, please?
Yes.
Do you see there the box partway down the phrase with the heading Fire Behaviour Overview?
Yes.
And then if you could just read the first two dot points to yourself and tell me once you've finished.
Yes,
That's a reference, isn't it, to the potential for the convergence of winds in the afternoon of the 30th of December?
yes.
And again, this was the time that the strategic backburns around Porters Creek Road were to be implemented or monitored or mopped up.
Correct.
So, again, was this something that you needed to take into account when deciding whether or not to continue that strategic backburning on the 30th? The possibility of this convergence on the afternoon of the 30th?
No, so no backburning can commence without the incident controller having given permission to do so.
Yep.
So permission would have been requested. The incident controller would have looked at this weather forecast and then made the determination that he would still go ahead with the backburn.
Are you part of that risk-benefit analysis that must take place before making that decision?
In as much as the incident action plan would have been discussed, but the actual ignition on the day, the incident controller must give permission for fire to be put on the ground.
Now, it's clear, isn't it, that the RFS were keenly aware that extreme fire behaviour was possible on the 31st of December?
Yes.
And in fact, your team, the team that you were part of, were making decisions with the knowledge that there was actually a very high likelihood that the Coronial fire would breach the containment line, and the question was where rather than if. Is that right?
That was part of our considerations in doing the backburn, yes.
What other considerations were factored into the decision to proceed to the backburn on the 30th, to your knowledge?
Time and space. Are we going to be able to get sufficient depth out of the backburn to create the safe buffering that we're requiring? Is the weather going to change dramatically once we ignite this backburn and we don't have sufficient depth? Are we going to lose control of the backburn? So all those considerations have to be considered and risk assessed before we commence the backburn. It's a whole range of risk assessments.
On the information available to the IMT at the changeover on the 29th of December, looking at implementing a plan for the 30th, there was sufficient information, wasn't there, to alert you to a risk that the backburn around Porters Creek Road might not be able to be completed or contained before the weather conditions deteriorated in the afternoon of the 30th?
There was that possibility that we might not complete the backburn.
So that's what I want to get to, the management of a series of unpalatable outcomes. the possibility that there's no containment work continued, and then that has a consequence when the fire arrives on the 31st. The possibility that you attempt a containment strategy, but you might not be able to complete it, and you therefore introduce more fire in advance of the leading fire edge from the Coronial fire. How do you reconcile those different and all of them in a way unpalatable scenarios or alternatives?
It's a dynamic risk assessment, risk versus gain. If we don't do the backburn, then there's the potential that a fire front could come over many kilometres long and impact on a broad front. If we do the backburn, we could create sufficient depth that we don't have a problem at all. Or we could not complete the backburn, it would be patchy, and the fire could break containment. So, and what would be the impacts of those? So it's a risk to resource. Do we do it? Do we not do it? And at the end of the day, the determination is that we must attempt to get this backburn to secure the eastern containment.
In some ways, you're almost having to settle upon the least worst alternative or the least worst outcome. Is that fair to say?
I don't believe
so.
I don't believe so.
Okay. I want to now move to the way the backburn was completed in the Yada Yada sector, noting that you weren't the Deputy Incident Controller involved across the night shift of the 30th into the 31st. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
In paragraph 10 of your statement, you say that the backburn was completed on the 30th of December with crews patrolling and mopping up the next day. Do you see that?
Yes.
What do you mean by completed?
That we had met up, that the backburn had met up, but we hadn't. There were a couple of spots where we didn't have sufficient depth. That was in the Porters Creek area. They were trying to deepen that as well as conducting trolling and mopping up along that eastern containment line.
All right, tell me if this is a fair summary. The eastern containment line had been completed from north to south, at least as far as a point near Porters Creek Road.
Yeah, that would be correct.
But the difficulty was there wasn't sufficient depth along the containment line in some points.
Correct.
So therefore when you say completed, you're not suggesting that it was completed with sufficient depth the entire way along the containment line?
Yes.
And also you say a couple of spots, I think you said that still needed to be patrolled or blacked out?
Well, there were that entire containment line needed patrolling for a number of days.
So when you say that it was completed on the 30th of December, you're not suggesting that it was completed to a standard that RFS did not need to maintain a watching brief or continue to patrol the depth of the backburn in some spots?
Absolutely not. There was still cause for concern.
And when you, in that paragraph, talk about the need for mopping up on the 31st of December, what are you referring to there?
Daytime mopping up. Due to the tall timbered country, it's very dangerous to put crews onto tracks and control lines to try and conduct blacking up and mopping up and patrolling. Timbered trees fall down, timbers can roll off hills. So there's limited patrolling capability at night time. During the daytime, the areas are heavily patrolled where crews will generally black out what we say is to the 1.5 times the height of the trees. So if the trees are 10 metres tall, we might black out for 25 metres into the black to make sure that there's no embers, there's no smoke, there's no flame, and eventually it's cool.
But otherwise there's in that sort of scenario, there is still the edge of the backburn that is proceeding towards your objective and establishing further depth in the field. Is that right?
Yes, the going edge of the backburn will still be
Yes.
burning actively.
To do its job, so that you
Yeah,
hope it
correct.
will
Give us
meet the going edge of the approaching fire. Okay. I'm going to have some photos brought up on the screen now, and I want you to assume that they were taken by a resident of Yata Yata on the evening of 30 December 2019, and ask you to assume that the date, time and location as marked on the photos are accurate. So, Your Honour, these are photos from the statement of Mr Stewart, volume 9, tab 119, and we'll start with page 3378. Right, firstly, can you see there a photograph marked 30 December 2019 with a timestamp handwritten of
Okay.
9:28 p.m?
Okay.
All right, we'll move to the next photo, please. And do you see there another photo with a handwritten timestamp of 9:38 p.m?
Okay.
And then if we go to the next photo, do you see there another photo taken with a handwritten timestamp of 9:37 p.m. on the 30th of December?
Okay.
All right. Let's assume that these photos were taken in the vicinity of 34A. Can you just bring it down? I think it's Karawar Lane. Other way, thanks, Tana. Yes, 34A Karawar Lane in Yata Yata. Do these photos taken shortly before 9:30 p.m. on the 30th suggest that the backburn along Porters Creek Road would likely be completed and at mopping up level by the 31st of December?
It would suggest that the fire's burnt into a depth. There's a lot of embers and stuff around, so crews would look to mop that up.
Yes, but it's showing quite a level of fire at 9:37 and thereabouts in circumstances where you tell the court the backburn was completed by the 30th of December and crews were patrolling and mopping up the next day. Do you understand the point that I'm making?
I do. I'm looking at that photo. I see a lot of burnt ground.
Yes.
Obviously, it's still an active fire ground. There's trees are obviously that tree in the foreground is obviously well alight, pushing embers out. I'm not seeing high flames in the vicinity of that photo. I wouldn't know the depth that the photo is achieving. But that's indicating to me a backing fire has burnt well into the fireground and is now at the stage where crews would commence blacking out and mopping up.
I need to correct the time markings on these photos, Mr. Palmer. They, in fact, occurred an hour later. So where it says 9:37 on this photo, it is, in fact, 10:37. And then if we just come back through the two earlier photos, will you just accept from me that they're actually taken an hour later than the handwritten notations show?
That's fine. I can accept that.
All right. And then if we look at all three photos in context, would you agree that they suggest that extensive blacking out over a number of shifts would be required to manage this part of the backburn?
Typically, a backburn of that nature would be patrolled for a week or more.
Right, so you do agree that we're talking about a backburn that would require extensive blacking out over a number of shifts, is that right?
Yes.
Because for over a week or more.
Yes.
I'm going to take you now to paragraph 11 of your statement. You there refer to the presence of the very tall timbered trees along the roads and highways in the area around Porters Creek Road. Do you see that?
I do.
And you refer to it that the presence of these trees making it unsafe at times for crews to continue patrolling at night due to the risk of falling trees.
Correct.
You go on to say that weather and limited resources also hampered RFS efforts to deepen the section of the backburn near Porters Creek Road. Do you see that?
I do.
And you conclude, while we had achieved the required length of the containment line, there were some areas where we had been unable to achieve the depths we wanted due to the terrain. Taking that paragraph as a whole, Mr. Palmer, does that mean there were some sections of the strategic backburn around Porters Creek Road where the RFS just did not know if it had been completed to mopping up level only, because there came a point in time where it wasn't safe to deploy your crews into the area to check?
We knew the area needed to be mopped up and patrolled. But due to safety, we would not put crews into positions where they would potentially come across fallen trees or have fallen trees.
And as a consequence of that, you just don't have eyes and ears on the fire ground, because you're not able to send crews in safely to actually understand the progress of the containment backburn in those areas.
Correct. So in those circumstances, we use vantage points and indeed satellite imagery if it becomes available, so that we're able to check depth and progress.
I want to move now to the events of 31 December 2019. And is it the case that you ended up acting as incident controller for the day shift on the 31st of December for at least part of the fire ground?
Correct.
And that was an unexpected development, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
It seems that your shift started at about 0800 hours that morning, but you learnt maybe a little bit less than 2 hours before the start of the shift that you were going to have to step in as an acting incident controller. Is that right?
Correct.
How did that come about?
I received a phone call from the incident controller saying he was being deployed to the far south coast as they were experiencing fire impacting into Mogo Bateman's Bay area, and he was required to attend down there, and that I would be in charge up here.
What was the area that you were in fact to be in charge of? How far did that extend?
The Carawan fire itself, the entirety of it.
Do you know, did the RFS at some point on this day split the Carawan fire into two different IC sections?
The fire had crossing to the south, and it became its own fire.
Right.
With an incident controller appointed for that.
And is that the fire that Mark Williams was deployed to?
Yes.
All right. So in effect, what we're talking about is a new deployment and a new incident controller for a new Section 44 declaration, which commenced with the Carawan fire but had crossed into a different rural fire district. Is that right?
Correct.
Had you had previous experience? Are we still good? Are you still there, Mr. Palmer?
I can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. Had you had previous experience acting as an incident controller in a Section 44 fire?
Not as a Section 44 appointee. Class 2 controller, yes. And I think there may have been the other occasion where I've acted as an appointee for a Section 44 for a period of time because the IC is engaged elsewhere, but not regularly.
There was an inspector from the Blue Mountains district who was also deployed to assist you on the day. Is that right?
Superintendent Wardell, who was the appointee for the Blue Mountains, he was actually the fire control officer for Illawarra.
So you had additional support from Superintendent or Inspector Wardell, but the decision was made that you would act as the incident controller, and it seems he would almost support you almost as a deputy incident controller. Is that how it worked?
He arrived at approximately 1400 hours that day.
Right.
And it takes a little bit of time to grasp what's been happening. So not that we joint or co-managed, he would confer any decisions we would discuss, and then obviously he would issue.
It seems that in terms of Mark Williams being deployed to respond to an emergency crisis down near Bateman's Bay, that might have arisen from what became known as the Clyde Mountain Fire. Is that right?
That's correct.
As one of the fires that spread from the Currawong.
Yes.
Did the fact that there was this emerging crisis down at Bateman's Bay also mean that you ultimately had to deploy appliances from the Currawong fire down to Bateman's Bay, or at least attempt to get them down there?
There were attempts made to send resources down the Princess Highway to Bateman's Bay, to the far south coast. Those resources were deployed from Sydney and surrounding areas.
Right. And they've presumably passed through the Princess Highway Currawong on their way down to try and get to Bateman's Bay. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
One resident in a statement to the coroner recalls seeing 35 fire trucks heading south on the Princess Highway on the morning of 31 December prior to there being an Ember attack at her property. And she places the Ember attack as starting at around 10:52 that morning. Is it possible that what she's describing there is some of the resources from Sydney and surrounds that were being deployed to Bateman's Bay?
Could be. By that time, I recall the highway was closed, and any resources that were heading down there were diverted to our fire.
All right. Well, we'll come to that in a minute. But is it fair to say that if the crisis around Bateman's Bay hadn't occurred, some of those out of area resources might have been directly available and deployed to you for the Currawong fire?
I cannot answer that.
Did some of those appliances end up coming into the to be resources that you could use because they couldn't get through to Bateman's Bay?
Yes.
Do you know whether any of those appliances actually made it through to Bateman's Bay as conditions changed along the Princess Highway on the 31st?
I believe those resources were retasked once the highway was opened, and they continued on their initial deployment.
Right. If you, doing the best you can, if you think about the time when you had the greatest number of additional appliances available to you on the 31st of December, can you estimate how many additional appliances you had on top of the appliances that might have been listed in the IAP?
I'm aware of a minimum of 2 additional strike teams, fire and rescue strike teams. That would have been an additional 10 appliances. We did divert some appliances from our northern division. I think 1 strike team from our northern division down to that part of the fire ground. We had requested many more strike teams, but I can't recall how much additional appliances actually arrived.
And when you say some appliances from the northern division down to that area, are you referring to the area around Milton, Lake Conjola, Fisherman's Paradise and the like?
Yes. Yes.
Tell me if you agree with this. even the additional appliances that were available to you on the 31st were not going to be enough to stop a fire like the Currawong fire.
That would be a fair statement.
The most that the appliances can really do on a day like the 31st of December is to provide a small chance that some limited assets might be protected if they have an appliance there and the prevailing conditions go in their favour and the appliances can access enough water to attempt the task. Is
Yes,
that fair to say?
the tactical decisions will be made.
And is that because the nature of the Currawong fire was just so extraordinary in comparison to the fires that you are able to successfully manage and stop in other fire seasons? Can't hear. Mr. Palmer, can you hear us in Lincoln?
Yes, I can now. Yes.
I just wanted to know, is the reason why, or even the additional appliances were never going to be enough on a day like the 31st of December, reflects the extraordinary and unusual conditions that occurred on that day in circumstances where other fires can be contained successfully with sufficient appliances available?
Yeah, there was catastrophic fire conditions.
Is this fair to say? The only thing that was really going to stop a fire like the Currawong fire in those catastrophic fire conditions was either the fire running out of fuel and space once it effectively reached the ocean, or sustained rain on the fire ground.
Oh,
At paragraph 21 of your statement, you described spot fires taking off incredibly quickly and moving beyond control incredibly quickly. Do you see that?
I did.
Does that mean that on the 31st there were likely spot fires that went on to generate further spot fires?
Oh, absolutely.
Before aerial resources were grounded on the 31st, were you receiving reports from pilots about spotting being visible from up on the escarpment, so spotting coming from the escarpment?
Yes.
In your statement, you say that early in the day, before the main fire front impacted on communities, you had a report of fire spotting about 8 kilometres ahead of the fire front. Who did that report come from?
That came from one of the air observers.
What did that tell you about the conditions that were about to unfold on the day?
It just confirmed that we were bound for a very busy day.
Did you receive later reports from other aerial appliances before they were grounded, reporting spotting of even greater distances than the 8 kilometres initially observed?
Yeah, spotting was being reported out to 15, 20 kilometres in some cases.
You refer in your statement to a particular aircraft observer at Lake Beringer. Where is Lake Beringer?
Lake Beringer forms, will be considered the northeast portion of Lake Conjola.
That's near Manana, isn't it?
Yes.
Can you tell Her Honour about the report you received from that aircraft observer about what they were able to see over Lake Beringer?
They indicated that they saw a spot fire, and basically the area around it just exploded into fire very, very quickly. And they were fortunate enough to have some helicopters and some small bomber aircraft who could immediately start to directly attack that fire, and they were able to extinguish that particular spot. But very, very aggressive act of spotting occurring.
Did that aircraft observer give an estimate of the spot having travelled approximately 13 kilometres?
He indicated it would have come from the escarpment and landed within that vicinity, which is approximately 13 and a half kilometres.
Now, the predicted convergence of the weather fronts actually eventuated over the fire ground on the 31st, is that right?
Correct.
And you describe in your statement fires roaring to the west under the effect of the easterly convergence, but also pushing to the east under the westerly convergence.
Yes.
In such circumstances, defensive firefighting is really the only option left for your appliances, is that right?
Crews will adopt a defensive strategy, being it ember defence, line defence, and ultimately backstop defence.
Even that's dependent on having enough crews with enough water and other appliances, correct?
Correct. That's why they take the option of backstop defence, which is moved to safe ground.
In paragraph 36 of your report, your statement, you specifically referred to crews being asked to, or crews undertaking direct attack on fires 10 metres or more in flame height, just to protect properties.
Yes.
What is the significance of that flame height?
We shouldn't be doing it. The general approach is 1.5 metres is the maximum safe height that crews should be direct attacking a fire. Fire on this day, many metres into the sky. Crews were doing everything they could to stop ember, stop fire from impacting into properties, and taking extreme risks to do so.
You refer in your statement to radiant heat being able to, and the word you use is pyrolyse, Pyrolise. What do you mean by that?
So pyrolysation occurs when a heat source is applied to any object. It begins to remove all the moisture out of it. So it removes all the moisture. It then heat continues to build. It darkens to eventually it reaches its automatic ignition temperature. And without the application of fire, it will ignite.
Is that what you mean in the statement when you refer to radiant heat potentially being generated by one burning building, which can then ignite a nearby building even in the absence of ember or flame?
Correct.
Within the statement, within the brief, there's a statement from a resident at Sky Farm Lane in Yatta Yatta describing leaves and mulch, potting mix and plants self-combusting, even though there was no fire nearby. Is that a phenomenon you're familiar with?
Yes, ma'am. That's the pyrolysis and automatic ignition temperatures reaching ignition.
Is that, again, another indication of how catastrophic conditions became on the 31st?
Definitely.
The temperature seemed to drop at around 11 a.m. that morning. Is that right?
I believed it was around 1200 when we had the temperature change.
What was the cause of the temperature change?
The easterly influence, the coastal influence.
What consequence did that have for the people on the fire ground?
It took the temperatures from 40 degrees down to 26 degrees. As a consequence of that, brings in moisture as well. So starts to, fuel moisture contents can eventually increase, so things don't burn as hot. But just that temperature increase allows crews to become more, take more direct action in fighting the fire because that radiant heat level is being reduced.
But then the evidence in the brief suggests that a pyrocumulus cloud formed on the 31st of December over the Coronial fire. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is a fire, I withdraw that, this is a cloud generated by the fire itself. Is that right?
Yes.
It then went on to collapse over the fire ground at one point?
Correct.
And with what effect?
Once a pyrocumulus cloud collapses, it creates very erratic wildfire conditions, that sudden burst through of hot air and then that down air. You'll get lightning, dry lightning strikes. Fire can move in all directions. Very chaotic and erratic fire behavior. You can't predict where the fire front or where a particular portion of fire will be once that, if that collapse occurs over that portion of fire ground. It's very erratic.
Had you ever experienced the collapse of a pyrocumulus cloud yourself prior to this fire?
Once before.
So very rare phenomenon, at least up until 2019, 2020.
Yes.
And is this one reason that you say at paragraph 42 of your statement that the fire behaviour that you experienced on the 31st of December 2019 was like nothing you had ever experienced before?
That would be fair.
Were there other particular factors in play on the 31st of December that made it like nothing you had ever experienced before?
There was so much happening. Many 000 calls. We lost a fire unit on that day. They were unable to see. They rolled over, and they just managed to escape before their vehicle was overrun by fire. A couple of volunteers who were protecting their property, who were significantly burned, ending up having to be airlifted to hospital. Very, very dynamic, very intense. Certainly the most challenging day of my career. Certainly the most challenging day of my career.
Is there anything else that you want to tell the court about your experience on that most challenging day of your career in response to the Coronial fire that we haven't already covered this morning?
No, ma'am.
Your Honour, those are my questions for Mr. Palmer.
Will you have some questions, Mr. Newton?
Yes, very briefly though, Your Honour. I'd probably finish at one or...
Okay. Mr. Newton.
Are you able to see and hear me?
I am, sir.
In terms of, in your statement at paragraph 13, you've included a diagram. Are you able to see that? And is it possible to bring that diagram up on the screen?
Page 3925.
Sorry. Sorry, when I said diagram, that's a map. Now just looking at that map, where you can see the arrow which says 950 yada yada sector backburn, are you able to see that on the map?
I can, yes.
And one can see a line of fire initially going in a north to south, and then it starts progressing towards the west. You see that?
I do.
And it's your understanding that, is it your understanding that that's a depiction of the backburn that had been put in on the 30th of December?
That line would be consistent with a backburn moving to meet the main fire front.
And is it right that to the west and northwest of that backburn there is, you can see the main fire front depicted?
Yes.
And is it correct that shows a very active main front moving in an east-southeasterly direction towards the backburn?
Yep. That's actually a line scan image overlaid onto a topographic map.
Yes. And what that indicates, doesn't it, is that there's a very active, the main fire is very active and is burning in a east to southeast direction towards the backburn.
Yes.
And from just looking at that and having regard to I withdraw that. When you gave some evidence of spotting, and I think one figure, your evidence was 8 kilometres and another figure was 13 kilometres. It's your understanding, is it, that spotting was coming from the main fire front, is that right?
Yes, from the plateau.
And just so I understand it, is it right that whether or not the backburn had been put in that day, given the location of the main fire and the weather that unfolded, the impact on communities to the east of that fire was inevitable?
It would have been, yes.
And into that, where the fire was burning up on the plateau, was that the easterly flank of the fire, which had then converted in the head fire under the prevailing winds?
Yes.
In terms of what the benefits the backburn gave to you, is this correct? Firstly, it takes out fuel in front of the main fire.
Yes.
It potentially, if it goes to plan, it enables the main fire to be contained.
Yes.
But even if it doesn't enable the main fire to be contained, either because of spots over the backburn or alternatively because I withdraw that. Even if the main fire spots over the backburn, is it correct that it still provides some tactical protection to the properties adjacent to the backburn, given that quite a lot of the fuel has been taken out to the west of their properties?
Yes.
And so even in the event where the backburn didn't contain the fire, it still had some practical advantages for the firefighting effort. Is that right?
Yes, it stops the fire front from travelling further eastward.
But because of the weather that prevailed on that day, there were spots going over the backburn which created new fire, which then became the new fire front. Is that right?
They became fires within their own right, yes.
No further questions, John.
Thank you. Any further
No,
questions?
thank you, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Mr. Palmer. You're excused.
Thank you.
We'll resume at 2 o'clock. Yes, Mr. Wilcox.
Coroner Charlie Magnuson is on screen. Next witness.
Oh, Mr. Magnuson, can you see and hear us?
I can, yes.
Thank you. You'll just hear from
Thank
the
you,
court
Ron.
officer. Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Wilcox.
Would you please state your full name and professional address?
Charles Alexander Magnuson, 6 Yarrawonga Drive, Mollymook Beach.
Did you provide a statement to this inquiry dated the 12th of May 2023?
Yes, I did.
Is there anything in that statement which you wish to correct?
I don't think so.
Could you tell the court about your current role and involvement with the Rural Fire Service?
I'm a fire brigade captain, retired. No longer with the service.
And when you say retired, do you have any ongoing involvement or completely retired?
No, fully retired.
And then as at the 2019-2020 season, what was your role with the RFS at that time?
I had roles ranging from a brigade captain, sector commander, strike team leader, and DivCom commander over the period of the fire.
Are you still with us? It's just your...
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Can you still see and hear the court?
Yes, I can.
All right. Sorry, broke up. You still seeing this clearly?
Yes, I can.
Right. Other than the 2019-2025 season, can you give the court a brief background as to your overall involvement with the RFS before retiring?
I obviously started out as a basic firefighter through the ranks. In 2016, I was asked to take on the captaincy of Bawley Point, which I did for the following 5 years, and I retired in end of June 2021.
Looking then at the 2019-2025 season, did you have any experience before the 30th of December 2019 elsewhere in the state or out of area in assisting the RFS?
Other than that fire season itself, yes, I worked on the Sir Ivan fire, which was up near Coonabarabran. I worked on the Tumut fire, which was obviously down at Tumut, and obviously a lot of fires in and around the Shoalhaven area.
And during the 2019-2025 season, before the Shoalhaven fires started up, did you work anywhere else in the state to assist?
No, I stayed at Bawley because my counterpart in Coronial, which is only a couple of kilometres away, he took a crew up to the Port Macquarie or at the Northern Fire from both Bawley and Coronial, but one of the captains had to hang around and look after the two villages.
It was clearly a very busy fire season for you and other persons in the state. Were there occasions when you worked double shifts both day and night?
Yes.
I think you said that you were the divisional commander east from night shift 29 to 31 December 2019, but you said in paragraph 6 of your statement you also performed firefighting duties during the day over that period. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And indeed, once you finished night shift on 31st of December 2019, did you assist during New Year's Day in the daytime?
Yes, I did.
And why were you doing double shifts throughout that period?
Well, resources, like I had a brigade to captain, and then the RFS were asking me to do night shift DivCom. So I will go from night shift home, have some breakfast, maybe a couple of hours kip. Most of those day shifts were not planned as such through the RFS itself. It would be something my brigade would do 000 calls through the day. So we were like a loose brigade just running around doing 000 calls.
So you were doing what you could during the day when you had time to assist in the local area.
Yes, and up obviously on the 31st up in the Conjola area as well, yes.
Yes. I just want to discuss some of the terminology before we go to the next part of your evidence, but do you understand mopping up to have the same meaning as blacking out?
Yes, that's right. Well, yes, that's right. Mopping up and blacking out are pretty similar.
All right. Does blacking out involve extinguishing or removing burning material along or near a fire control line?
Yes, it does.
Does it include felling stags, trenching logs to prevent rolling and the like in order to make the fire safe?
As best you can.
So there's elements of both controlling the fire itself, but also making a fire ground safe for firefighters to access involved in the process of blacking out. Is that a fair characterisation?
Yes, it is.
Right. And then looking at patrolling, does it include travelling over a given route to prevent, detect and suppress fires?
That's correct.
And does it also include going back and forth vigilantly over the length of a control line during or after its construction to prevent breakaways, suppress spot fires and extinguish any overlooked hotspots?
As resources allowed.
Yes. I'm taking those definitions from the bushfire glossary from AFAC. So you
Okay.
know,
Well, okay.
where I'm
Talking
drawing
talking from a glossary. Yes.
Looking then at your role on the 30th of December 2019 evening into the morning of the 31st of December, what was your particular role with the RFS that evening?
I was a divisional commander for the eastern section. Yeah.
And that was under the Coronial fire?
That's correct. Yeah.
That evening, what was the broad geographic area of the Divisional Command East?
Well, it would have reached well down past, probably towards the bottom of the Shoalhaven down to Depot Beach, and it would have reached north to probably around about Wandendian on the night, and obviously a fair way out west.
Doing your best, are you able to give an estimate as to that north-south distance in broad terms?
Well, from Wandian down to Depot Beach, I'm assuming that's got to be at least 50 or 60 kilometres or not, or maybe more.
Do you remember who the Deputy Incident Controller was on the evening of the 30th of December?
I can't for my memory. It could have been someone like Mark Donnelly. I think Mark Donnelly was on one night, so I'd have to say I can't tell you for absolute certain.
And noting you can't say for sure, could it have been Graham Bush from National Parks and Wildlife Service?
It could have been. As I said, I don't have that in front of me.
On that evening in your role as DivCom East, can you tell the court what your particular role was or what that role involved?
Well, on the night itself, first of all, the IOP possibly told, I've read the IOP recently, and it was, obviously to patrol the backburns, do any blacking out, mopping up, but also responding to 000 calls was probably something I did more than anything else.
All right. And what was the role of the the DivCom East, particularly within the operation that evening?
Well, you know, the DivCom was to keep an eye on the fire ground, send crews out to any highlighted fires, respond to triple O calls from residents who might have had fire in their property or around their property. So you're in charge of the fire ground, that particular part of the fire ground during the night shift.
You said there were a lot of 000 calls. Do you have any memory of where in your area those were coming from, or were they
Look,
quite
well, you'd have a lot of triple O calls. Some of them were coming from obviously around the back of the western side of the highway there, from Milton up to halfway to Wandanian, but it would also be getting possibly some from down south as well. You've got to understand that the trauma that people have gone through, they only had to see some sort of thought of fire that they would call triple O, and obviously we'd have to get someone to respond to that situation.
Are you saying there that some people called 000 probably in response to a strategic backburn that was being implemented?
Well, they may have called triple O seeing fire that may have been from part of that backburn, yes.
And where were you based during the
Based
evening?
at Milton Showground.
Were you there the entire night or move around at all?
I do recall one night that I went out to where I had a fire and rescue crew who had called to say that there was a bit of fire. I'm not sure if that was Porters Creek Road, something like that. And I went out to check for myself, but most of the time your responsibility is to stay at the command van.
And you say you're not sure whether that particular night was the 30th or another night within the three?
It could have been the 29th or the 30th. I can't recall. I don't have a logbook to check.
It's important for the DivCom to be in a central point where other stakeholders can access them more than roving around onto the fire ground. Is that a fair characterisation?
That's correct.
Were you present for briefing of any teams during the evening of the 30th of December at Milton Showground?
I would have been. There would have been a short handover briefing from the day shift, and then whenever the resources turned up, I would then there was IAPs available to hand out to them and to discuss those with them.
Is the briefing or handover sometime around 8 o'clock in the evening or a different time?
I think it was like 7 o'clock when I would take over I used to get there a bit earlier to give the guy on the day shift an opportunity to get home.
All right. So who was present at the handover briefing in terms of which person's responsibility, not necessarily their names, but?
Well, the day shift divisional commander and normally his scribe.
And
sorry, scribe is somebody who would be writing down things that were happening during the night, calls that would come in, and possibly taking care of some of the communications while the DivCom would make all the decisions.
Yes. During your briefing on the evening of the 30th of December, were you told anything about the forecasted weather conditions for the next day?
I had those on the IOP, so I would have been aware. It's one of the first things I would have been made aware of, and I would have read myself to see what the forecast was for the evening and the next day. Yes.
Would you have had regard to a fire weather discussion prepared by a fire behaviour analyst if it was included in the IAP?
Yes, I would have seen that. Yes.
Do you remember reading the fire behaviour analyst's fire weather discussion for the 30th to 31st December?
I would have read that. Yes.
Now, the IMT on the 30th of December, that was up in Nowra, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Does it follow that there were no fire behaviour analysts at Milton Showground? Is that to granular level for those sorts of people to be spread out?
That's correct. The night shift was very sparse. At the Milton Showground during the day, you would have had paramedics on duty. You would have a lot of other people on duty, but night shift, it would have just been the DivCom, my scribe, and any resources given to me at the time.
And what kind of resources were given to you or would have been given to you?
I recall on the 30th from what I've read, because obviously it's 3.5 years ago, my memory's not as good as it used to be. I think I had a fire and rescue strike team and 2 RFS trucks.
Did you have responsibility for the Yatta Yatta sector of DivCom East on the 30th of December?
In as such, to get someone to have a look, patrol the backburn that they had put in on that area, yes.
What other sectors do you recall having responsibility for that evening?
Well, the sectors, as I said, the sectors as far as the fire is concerned, my responsibility would have been all the way up and down that area of my responsibility. So, like if I got a call about a fire, I would send a crew or crews to that location.
You mentioned in an answer just earlier about the available resources. At paragraph 9 of your statement, you said that while resources were recorded in the IAP as reporting to you at the staging area, you very rarely got the planned resources and did not have the resources to put in any backburn and did not do so across the 29th and the 30th of December. You recall that part of your statement?
Yeah, I've got it in front of me, and yes, there's at no stage on the 29th or the 30th did I put in or authorise any backburns. I did not have the resources to do that.
And what do you mean specifically by putting in or authorising a backburn?
Well, like if the authorisation would have to come from the incident controller to me, and then I would have to then send crews out to do a backburn, but I didn't. And I wasn't asked by any acting incident controller to put a backburn in those nights. And I would not have had, I just didn't have resources to do that if I was even asked.
Do you recall the Eastern Containment Strategy?
Yeah, look, I knew about it, but I was not involved in the Eastern Strategy from start to finish. I was not involved, nor was my brigade involved in that strategy.
Coming back to that in a moment, but do you agree that when speaking of resources, IAPs refer to predicted plans, but are not reflective necessarily of what was ultimately available during the time covered by the IAP? Yeah,
that's exactly right. They're a plan. In most cases, you would have got the resources, but some cases resources may have been sent to a location where they are urgently needed. So you may not, automatically get the resources at the time the IAP said or at all. Yeah.
Can you assist in telling the court as to where one might be able to look of relevant documentation to see what resources ultimately were available on the 30th of December?
Well, the DivCom logs should show what resources did arrive and what time.
Yes. Looking at the role of swing and night shifts on 30th of December moving into the 31st of December, Didn't their roles include attempts to complete a backburn to Porters Creek Road in the Yatta Yatta sector?
It's difficult when you read the IAP to see if it's the end of a day shift doing that or a night shift. But with 2 RFS trucks and 1 fire and rescue strike team, and you've got to remember fire and rescue strike teams can't go off road, that there would not be, well, I would not have been lighting fires, and I don't know if there's any real expectation of me putting a backburn in with that sort of resources.
So the IAP covers a period of 24 hours from 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. on 30th and 31st December. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. So, and the IAP plainly then doesn't limit itself purely to what is to be done during night versus swing versus day, does it?
I haven't got it in front of me, but you know, it may have some things on the night shift and some things on the day shift, but it's not always 100% clear who's doing what.
In terms of mopping up and patrol, I'll withdraw that. The incident controller as at the 30th of December 2019 was Mark Williams. Is that correct?
On the 31st? Did you say?
30th to the 31st.
I believe so, during the day shift.
During the day shift. Mr. Williams provided a statement to the inquiry, and well, you don't have it, just so I can let you know what part of it says. At paragraph 52, it says, I authorise the continued burning into the early hours of the 31st in the area of Porters Creek Road up to and no later than 2 a.m. That being, I understand, into the morning of the 31st. Is that, do you recall any authorisation of that nature coming from Mr. Williams during your night shift on the 30th to the 31st?
No, but as I stated, the small amount of resources I had, I was not going to be lighting any more fires at the time.
Similarly, was Chris Palmer the Deputy Incident Controller on the day shift for the 31st of December 2019?
Yes.
He also provided a statement to the inquiry, and he told the court at paragraph 27 of his statement that the backburning operation on the 30th of December 2019 still went ahead as we needed to secure the containment line. Is it still the case, though, doing the best as you can recall in your role as DivCom East during the evening for the 30th of December 2019, that no backburning was implemented in your division on that evening?
As far as I can recall, no, I did not send crews out to do any more backburning.
All right. At paragraph 10 of your statement, you described your job on the evening of the 30th of December as to patrol, and you stated patrol was limited to driving past the burnt areas and checking that there was no active fire. What did you mean by the words "no active fire"?
Well, firstly, if I could explain that, with 2 RFS trucks possibly attending O calls on that side of the highway because they need to possibly go off onto dirt tracks, I would have fire and rescue who can only stay on main roads, who could drive past and look as far as they could see to see if there's active fire. As I said before, fire and rescue trucks don't go off-road. Does no active fire include backburns where fire has been blacked out along the containment edge but still burning deeper at a deeper depth towards the approaching fire line? No active fire as in their vision at night yet. So their vision might be, you've got trees, etc., and smoke. Their vision might be 20 metres, it could be 50 metres. And depending on, once again, depending on where they were and how long they were able to go out and do that patrol.
All right, so for the patrolling crews, no active fire meant where they could safely drive and patrol at night, that they couldn't see any actual fire from the containment lines. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, and once again, some of these patrols were actually undertaken while they were responding to O calls, and they would be looking into the fire ground whilst they're on their way to attend to O calls. So they're looking to see that, and they might tell me, I can't. It seems to be good. I can't see any active fire. If there was, I would have sent in an RFS crew to try and squell it if they could get in.
All right. And how is patrolling fire different at night versus the day?
At night time, it's much more dangerous because obviously you've got the smoke and the dark already. You've got trees coming down from the fires, the backburn or fires during the day. And nighttime firefighting is a much more dangerous exercise. So, firefighter safety comes first as far as the DivCom goes.
And indeed, wasn't it the case that the backburn couldn't be patrolled all the way up into the Porters Dam on the 30th of December 2019 evening due to the risk of dangerous trees?
Correct.
In the Section 44 report, the incident controller described mopping up / blacking out and patrolling from on board a vehicle as an increasing false belief. Do you accept that is an appropriate observation?
I just try and clarify what you're saying there. You're saying that he doesn't believe that patrolling was done as the vehicle was going up and down the road. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, I know that I did have people driving up and down the road looking into the fire ground and responding back to me. So I'm not sure what is meant by his statement.
One of the observations of the incident controller in the Section 44 report was that often fire lines had to be worked on and patrolled at less than ideal intervals due to the length of the line, the complexity of traversing and the resources available. Do you agree with that observation?
Could you repeat that again, just so I can...
Often fire lines had to be worked on and patrolled at less than ideal intervals due to the length of the line, the complexity of traversing and the resources available.
I agree with that, yes.
The case that resources were stretched and crews that were tasked primarily with patrolling, in fact, had to attend to 000 calls and do the best they could by patrolling as they moved through the division.
That's correct.
If page 3378 can please be brought up from the Currowan brief, I'm going to show you 3 photographs that have been prepared.
Yes.
Can you see that first image has loaded up?
I can, yes.
All right. We'll just scroll to the top to begin with. So the location there, 34A Currawar Lane, Yatta Yatta, and then scrolling down. That's said to be taken at the 30th of December at 9:28 p.m. I understand there's that should read 10:28 p.m. Accepting that time, place and location to be accurate, is what's shown, that which is shown there, is that consistent with reports of no active fire around the backburns in that area?
The problem with nighttime vision or photos or people who are not part of the fire services, at nighttime fire look like it's a lot closer and a lot higher than you would see during the day. And as far as I can see with that photo, I can't see where they've taken the photo from, how far they are back from that, what seems to be glow. But that's one thing that has to be taken into consideration. The fire at night or glow at night, I was called out or had been called out many, many times to 000 calls that someone might see a glow over the hill, which ends up being 2 kilometres away, thinking the fire is approaching their property. So it's a very difficult thing to see how far that is away and whether that actually is the fire or the glow coming up over a rise.
All right. In fairness to you, I'll just show you 2 other photographs, which are the next 2 over the page. If we just scroll down a bit, so again, 10:33 p.m. understand 30th December 2019, and then just scrolling up, it should also be 34A Currawar Lane. Did that image load up clearly to you?
Yep, I can see that image, yes.
And then finally, over the page, again, 34A Currawar Lane, and scrolling down, we get the time, adjusted time being 10:37 p.m. on the 30th of December 2019. Can you see that image clearly?
I can, yes.
All right. Having viewed those last 2 images, does that change your answer in any way, or is it?
Once again, I can't tell where that photo is taken, whether it's an area where crews couldn't get into. It looks worse than it is. I'd assume that's where a backburn has been put through, and as you can see that, the glow of maybe an ember or some bark, and obviously right at the back you've got a glow from maybe the backburn that's gone further and further in. And if you took that glow out of the whole picture, it would not look like it is there. So it's something that, well, anyone who's involved in firefighting knows to be a false reading of what it could actually look like by on scene. But to someone who's gone out there as a member of the community and taking photos of that, yeah, it looks something, but I can't see any flame heights there, so it doesn't look like we've got active flame heights. But red embers on the ground will shine like it does around that tree, but that doesn't mean it's on fire.
All right. That image can be taken down. The court has before it an expert report from Mr. Conway who said of those 3 photos I just showed you, they indicate that the backburn at that location was still active on the evening of the 30th of December, and extensive blacking out over a number of shifts would be required. Do you agree with those observations?
Yes, I do.
And can you give the court any estimate as to how long you'd expect a blacking out operation for that type of backburn would be required in terms of length of time?
With the length of the backburn and the depth, it would be considerable. It'd be many days of black burn, mopping up, many tanks of fuel, of water, sorry. It would be an ongoing process.
All right. Mr. Palmer said today it might take over a week. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's a good time, yeah.
All right. At paragraph 13 of your statement, you told the court that you were informed that the overnight, so midnight to 0800 resources on the 31st of December. I'll just check that.
30th.
Yeah, so it says there the 30th of December 2019, but do we understand your answer there to be describing resources for the 30th evening into the 31st morning night shift?
That's the night shift, 30th, from probably 8 o'clock on the 30th to 8 o'clock on the morning of the 31st.
All right. And then just under paragraph 13, Roman numeral 1, you've put 0000 to 0800. That's the same night shift of the early morning of the 31st?
Yes, that's correct. So, you might have... Can you hear me?
I can still see and hear you. Yeah, please continue.
Okay. At some stages, you might have a crew come in from 7 till midnight, and other crews come in from midnight to 8, split shifts.
Yes. And so we take it...
That's the midnight through to 8 o'clock shift.
All right. And we take it that the resources then were Worley Point 1, Cudmira 3, and a fire and rescue strike team?
Correct.
I want to show you page 2559 of the brief, which is a fire investigation report behind tab 102 provided by the Rural Fire Service. I'll have that brought up. Do you understand this is a report prepared by the Rural Fire Service sometime in after the 30th of December 2019, looking at the Coronial fire in a particular respect?
Okay, I can't really read it. It's very small.
That's all right. We'll have it then zoomed in to the East Division in the middle of the page. And can you see that table a bit more clearly?
I can, yes.
All right. Can you see then the night shift columns towards the bottom of the table?
I can see the night shift, yes.
All right. So do you understand that part of the column refers to crews assigned to East Division on the night of the 30th of December 2019 according to the incident action plan?
Yep, I can see that there was a swing shift up until 1 o'clock, and then a different shift came in at, varying times between 10 o'clock and midnight.
All right. In terms of the fire and rescue strike team for the night, is that strike team 3 Whiskey?
It possibly was. I did have a strike team, yes.
All right. And you see its tasking is listed as Milton staging area for response to outbreaks and 000 calls.
Correct.
Does it follow then that if the resources provided were in conformity with this IOP, that in fact there were only 2 appliances overnight for the night shift, particularly that were, or rather there were 3 that were there for the yada yada sector?
Yes, correct.
All right. That image can be taken down. And what distance did the strike teams cover in the sector that evening?
The same as what I spoke about before. So it might have gone up towards Wandandian, all the way down past, Worley Point down towards Depot. So, and I'd like to make it you aware that the strike team travelled as a team. They're amazing people, the fire and rescue, but they would not break up the strike team. So the fact that I might have 5 appliances with a strike team only allows me to send them to one call. So I don't have 5 trucks to go 5 different calls. They would not break up a strike team and head to 5 different calls. So in effect, I had four available units to go triple O, 3 RFS and 1 strike team.
Also provided to the inquiry was some statements from firefighters who were involved in the Yada Yada sector on the 30th of December 2019. Now, Clive Turner of the Controller Brigade was present on the swing shift. Do you recall that?
I just have to take your word for it.
All right.
I can't remember.
Mr. Turner told the inquiry, paragraph 8 of his statement, that at 12:30 in the morning, he radioed DivCom to ascertain who was going to be relieving them in Porters Creek, Dam Road, as they were due to leave at 0100. And he was told Borley Point 1 would come by way of relief, but that Mr. Turner's crew left at 0100. He didn't see Borley Point, but assumed they were in the area. Do you have any knowledge of the matters that Mr. Turner's there speaking of?
I can't recall what he's actually speaking of, but what I can say that the arrival and departure of vehicles was fluid because a truck might not turn up till 1:15, and typically you wouldn't let a crew go until they were replaced, but Borley Point 1 was possibly already on way to them, so they may have been released from the fire ground if it wasn't a problem with Borley Point 1 going to that area.
Are there perhaps understandable reasons why appliances might leave the scene before replacement crews arrive on scene?
They shouldn't.
All right. During the 2019-2020 fire season, did you have an experience of whether previously successful strategies failed during that season in terms of firefighting? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, but I wasn't hearing you for the last 2
That's
minutes.
right. I'll ask the question again. Did you have the experience of strategies that were previously successful during the not being successful during the 2019-2020 fire season?
Strategies that were not successful, do you say?
I'm asking, did you have were strategies that were previously successful in other fire seasons, were some unsuccessful across the 2019-2020 fire season?
I'd have to say, well, possibly yes.
All right. Was the 2019-2020 fire season unique in your experience?
Absolutely.
And why was that?
The fire behaviour, the consistent flame heights, and the amount of ground the fire covered was completely unusual. Well, to most firefighters, or and the lengths that it went on for, yes.
And it seems to be the case that you were working almost non-stop during the worst of the fires as it impacted the broad South Coast area in late December 2019. Was that fair to say?
That's correct. I don't think I didn't have a day off until possibly late January.
Excuse
Mr Newton, do you have any questions?
Mr Magnuson, can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Now, I just picking up from your evidence then, you didn't have a day off until late January, and you also in your statement say that fire impacted on Borley Point in early December.
Correct.
That's right. And that was your area that you were the captain of that brigade, is that right?
I was the captain of Borley Point, but I was also made divisional commander for about 4 days around the fire that impacted in and around Borley Point on the day shift.
And was that a significant impact on the area around Borley Point?
The fire came into the village. We only just stopped it at the main drag in Borley Point.
And Borley Point's a village on the coast, the south coast, south of Ulladulla, is that right?
That's correct.
And then from that point on, is it fair to say that you are extremely busy on each day until late January 2020?
That's correct. And I'd like to say that whilst the RFS recommended days off, it's just a lot of us wanted to keep going. So, we had a lot of successful firefighters coming to protect Borley, and we wanted to do the same for other villages.
And from when you've given evidence today about what you were doing on the evening of the 30th and going into the 31st of December, is it right that you're doing the best you can now based on your recollection going back some 3 years?
That's correct.
And in terms of what resources you actually had and what events occurred that evening, you haven't had the benefit of your log in order to refresh your memory, is that right?
That's correct.
And as I understand your statement, you say at paragraph 12 and 13 that you've been informed the following resources were on the scene on the 29th of December 2019 and the 30th of December 2019. Can you see that?
Yes, I do. Yep. Well, I would have been aware they were there, so whether I've written the right wording or not, but they would have reported to me, so yes, I would have known.
But can I take it that this is the case? Doing the best you can now, you have a recollection that there were resources available to you on each of those nights?
Correct.
And you do have a specific recollection of there being a Fire and Rescue New South Wales strike team, is that correct?
Correct.
But in terms of the names of the brigades and the precise numbers, you no longer have a specific recollection?
I'd have to go off. I've got to go off the IOP nowadays. It's 3.5 years since the fire, and probably if you'd asked me a week later, I still wouldn't have remembered who I had on that particular day.
But so that in terms of the names, and this is not a criticism, and what I'm seeking to get from you really is in terms of what are details that you actually have a recollection of versus what you're assuming to be the case based on information that you've looked at, for example, the IAP. So just coming back to holding that thought in your mind, you did have resources, that's right?
Correct.
And you do have a specific recollection of Fire and Rescue New South Wales resources?
Correct.
In terms of the other resources available to you, you're relying on what is in the Incident Action Plan, is that right?
For the best part, yes.
And with the caveat that sometimes what was in the Incident Action Plan did not in fact turn up for a variety of reasons.
I'm talking broadly. I can't remember how many night shifts I did, but when 3.5 years later, when someone asked me, I do recall there was the occasion where maybe an appliance or a brigade didn't turn up because they were actually taken somewhere in a more critical situation. So I do recall that sort of situation, but I can't tell you what exact nights.
No, and you can't tell us one way or another whether or not that happened on the evening of the 30th going into the 31st?
No, I can't.
Then can you I'll draw that. I understand you have with you someone assisting you and there's a brief of evidence, and if that could be opened at tab 106 and then specifically at page 3037.
Yep, I've got that in front of me now.
Now I'll just I'll ask you to assume that that's part of the incident action plan for the evening of the, well, for the period that covers the evening of the 30th going into the morning of the 31st. Do you understand that?
That's the day shift you're looking at there.
Yeah, but if you go, okay,
So the next page.
Then if you go to the next page, can you see there's the night shift and you're described as the DivCom?
Yes, that's correct.
And then just in terms of the resources available, there's firstly, there's the Borley Point and Cudmara brigades, and they're going from midnight through to 8 a.m. in the morning.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And then there's the fire and rescue strike team, which goes from 8 p.m. at night to 8 a.m. in the morning.
Correct.
And then there's an NPWS Cat 9 resource, which is said to go from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. in the morning.
Correct.
And so consistent with your evidence now, you don't have any specific recollection of the RFS, precise RFS resources in the National Park one, but do you accept that it's possible you had a National Park resource given that was in the incident action plan?
I accept that it's there. I can tell you that Borley Point was there because that's my brigade, so I know they came. Cudmara, I believe, came in the fire and rescue. I can't remember the National Park vehicle, but they could have been there.
I see. And then just if you can go back to the day shift and 3037, can you see there that there are a number of national parks and wildlife crews which are due to end at 8 p.m?
Yes, I can.
Now, if one assumes that there's some evidence that there were national parks crews doing a small amount of backburning on the evening of the 30th of December 2019, is it likely then that they were the day crews finishing the end of their shift?
Well, it shows you they started at 8 o'clock in the morning and says that it finished at 8 o'clock at night. So, you know, they were only there for an hour of my shift, and I may not have seen them. They may have finished up their day shift work and then gone home from there.
And to the extent that they received a tasking to undertake a backburn, and then that would have been a tasking that occurred at the beginning of their shift in the morning of the 30th of December.
Correct.
No further questions, Ron.
Thank you. Anything? Thanks very much, Mr. Magnuson. You're excused. You're free to go. Thank you, Mr. Magnuson.
Thank you, Ryan.
That completes the evidence for today. I understand tomorrow we have Mark Williams and John Ashton to give evidence.
Thank you. We'll adjourn and resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow.